Hey, welcome to the final stop of the Colorado Scratch Classic Tour for the season. They had a great first season out the gate. This is their final stop. They actually added this spot because of demand. This
Yes.
is a doubles event. They're in practice, got about 5 minutes left, and we'll be getting started. So we'll be back in just a moment. And welcome to the Colorado Scratch Classic Tour, their final stop of the season for 24-25. Their next season, we're starting again in September, I do believe. This is an added stop. Man, it's so huge for their first year. This is a doubles event. They're going to bowl 6 individual games and then 6 Baker games. So you're going to have a total of 18 games for your total. They'll cut to the top 4 for
18?
6 and 6 is 12.
Yeah.
The 2 individuals, and then 6 for the Baker.
Oh, okay.
And then top 4 bracket finals with 2 games total pins to get us to our finals.
Hello.
What's up, graduate?
Stevie B's in the
I
house.
just got back in town.
He is just.
You did.
Invitation in my
You did. You did get an invitation. You should have came.
He was out of town. Exactly.
Clone yourself.
Clone yourself.
Exactly. Clone yourself. That's what I would do.
You ever seen that movie?
What movie?
Multiplicity?
Uh-uh.
Oh my god.
This is before her time. You gotta remember who you work with.
So it makes a clone of itself. Then a clone makes a clone, and then a clone makes a clone of a clone. It's freaking hilarious.
Okay, I love a good funny movie.
It's good. It's but it's 30 years old.
That's okay.
All right. Our featured pair today are going to be 37, 38, 39, and 40. On our pair to start with, Bobby Lawson and Chris Lawson. They're your A and B bowlers. C and D is going to be Steve Bodovinic and Frank Guccione. On 39 and 40, your A bowler is...
Good question.
Yeah, see,
Where's the
cheat sheet.
Yeah. It'll be Dave Erler and Lonnie Boss.
That's
and
going to be B. And then C and D?
Alex and Jonathan Herrera.
Awesome. So again, each person's going to bowl 6 individual games, and then they'll bowl 6 Baker games as a team. And that's when we'll get our total pins and figure out who's moving into the top 4.
Yes. Have we ever done a format?
Like this?
Yeah.
No.
Didn't think so. I did not think so.
All
It
right, so
seemed a bit different.
we got Steve up on 37. Also bowling, we got Zach Cook, Rick Schaefer, Zach Garcia, Felix Garcia.
They're all wearing the same jerseys.
They are. That is impressive. Who else has we got floating around here? Isaac Hernandez, Michelle Malley, Mike Smith, Alfred Wolf, Jeff Delaney, Tyler Close, Mike Honeyman, Chelsea, JJ,
Ricky Schisler.
yep, Kevin Maloney, Kyle Taylor,
Is Noah down there?
Noah, and DJ. So we got some players in the house for sure.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubts.
All right, so Frank starts off with a strike and Steve starts off with a spare. Here's Bobby up on 38, along with Chris.
She's actually coming to Women's Nationals with us.
She is. There you go. Traveling partner. Leaves a 10-pin there.
Ring 10.
Yeah, you go to Nationals pretty soon. A couple weeks.
I didn't realize how close it was until I looked at the calendar.
I get the messages for the rental car all the time, so I know it's getting close.
Aren't you excited?
There's Chris Lawson with a strike there. Excited every day of life.
But specifically for the trip to Nationals.
Of course.
It took you a while to respond to that one.
I had to think about what I was going to say. All right, here's Bobby looking to take care of his spare. That's good.
And fortunately misses it.
Does. All right, Frank looking for a double. Him and Steve just came back from senior tour. in Florida.
So jealous.
They're getting ready to go back to Vegas for the Senior Masters.
Where's that at? Samstown?
Yes, I do believe so. Y'all backdoor one in, leaves the 1-2. And then the Senior U.S. Open is where? Highland Park.
Oh, yeah. I saw them.
Here's Steve. They start when we get back in town.
Ziggity Zach's going big.
Well, he's had it for, this be year 4? 3 or 4.
True, but
think
he's
it's four.
had also some other big
Oh, yeah,
announcements as well, though.
Yes. Got a lot on their plate down there. All right. So Steve leaves a 2-10. Frank looking to pick up his spare. Does do that. Pretty easy.
No doubt.
See if Steve takes care of this split. Give it a
Oh,
run. Got
it's
close.
close.
Okay.
It was close.
Again, this is game 1 of the individuals. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, there's Steve up on 38. Nice shot there.
And he switched to a stronger ball, too.
He went to a stronger piece. Got it to come up the hill. Gives himself a double. So Steve went spare. So that's split and then double. His partner Frank goes strike, spare, strike. Chris Lawson, who's up now on 37, spare, double, 9, spare.
Frankie's trying to have a Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch doing.
So what they'll do is just add up their scores together, correct?
Yes. So you're going to shoot your 6 individual games. So you and your partner's total score for those 6 games, and then you add the 6 Baker games in.
Gotcha.
All right, here's Frank. Oh, that's going to have to hurry.
Oh. And he
Get out of here.
backdoored
Look at
it.
this dude here. This dude.
He straight up backdoored
He
that
did.
one.
All right, here's Bobby. Trying to get up the hill, leaves the bucket.
Leaves the true bucket.
That is a true bucket. 2, 4, 5, 8.
I feel like we're going to see a lot of light hits today. Just
There's a strong
because-
possibility. 2, 8 is in play for sure.
Because it's just not getting over that bump.
Yeah, it's. Speaking of which, good call. We have a lane pattern. How about that? 2022 World Games, 27 mils. Ratio is basically 3-to-1, 45 feet. So when you're looking at it, that's why when they get it out around 30 to 40 feet, it hangs a little bit because that's where all that bump's at.
Yeah. And what is the... So ratios have a huge thing to do with like sport patterns, challenge patterns, house patterns, right?
Correct.
Where does the challenge in sport shots end? As in, like, for the ratios, for them to be considered that?
So it's evolving a little bit, but what it is, for the most part, is 1-to-1 to basically 4-to-1 or 3-to-1 is going to be sport compliant. 3.1 or technically 3.5 to I'm going to say 5-to-1 is challenge,
Gotcha.
and then higher than that is going to be house, or what we call standard.
Gotcha. So this is more on the...
Sporty side.
This is definitely sports side, but easier sports side almost, or...
Yes. And it's a catch-22. If all things were equal, I mean, if you had a complete flat lane surface, you put a 1-1 versus a 2.99 to 1, the 2.99 to 1 is going to be easy.
Yeah.
Now, if you're using a surface that hooks a lot, and you use a 1-to-1, and you use a surface that is super slick, and you go the 2.99 to 1, they're going to play closer to the same.
True.
Good shot there for Frank. That's
really-
traditional strike.
It really just depends on the surface and the kind of oil that they're putting on, right?
Yes. So surface is your number one factor, in my opinion. And number 2 is going to be the oil type. Yes. So if you go with oil that are slicker, they're going to play slicker.
Gotcha.
All right, we're halfway through game 1. We'll take a slight break. We'll be right back. we have Frank up on 37. Looking for a 4-bagger. Does get that.
All started with that lucky shot.
Was that the lucky one, or was it? It was. No, because I gave him a double because he would have. He was working on Dutch.
So then never mind.
But it helps.
It does.
Luck has never been a thing that you want to give away.
I like luck. Any day.
Any day of the week, absolutely. Here's Bobby. That one had climbed the hill. Got a wash out there. That'd be the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10.
That is not. Wait. Never mind. Don't listen to me.
Exactly. Mr. Lawson.
I get my 2s and 3s mixed up.
There you go. Gets a strike there. So after a pair of opens for Chris, pair of splits, gets a strike there. Looking across the house, Brian Montoya started off with the front 6, then open, strike, open.
Go split, strike, split.
5 out, no less, too. So
Yeah.
that was. All right, so Bobby.
Went through the middle again. That's
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah. All right, Frank looking for a 5-bagger. There's that. He's making it look easy. I think that guy can bowl. Any other big strings going? I don't see any.
I've only seen.
Here's Steve.
Dang, they're on fire as
Yes.
a team.
So Steve's got a 5-bagger. We call him Team 5-bagger.
I know, apparently.
I think that guy can bowl pretty good too.
I think they both can bowl pretty good.
Yes.
If you ask me.
Well. All right, here's Bobby.
Can I put my guess
These
in
are 7
already?
pin?
Who's going to win?
No,
Why?
because they're gonna flip a coin to see who gets to pick first.
Okay, then grab your coin. I don't have a coin.
I don't have a coin either.
I don't carry coins.
Okay, I'll put a number behind my back. You pick between 1 and 10. If you nail
How do
it,
I know?
how do you know? You got to pick the number.
Yeah, but how? I'm confused.
Okay. So then I'll pick first.
No, No, because you're going to pick my pick.
Sounds like you got a problem.
Not even.
And Bobby takes care of. Oh no, slid past. I thought she had that one.
I thought she did too.
Here's Chris looking for a double.
Double to get you out of trouble. And they're already almost done with game 1.
They are moving. Someone down there on 2930's got a nice string going on the backside. He went 9 spare strike, 9 spare 6-bagger. Make it 7. We'll have to see who that is.
The plus is that this is scratch, so it's easier to add up the,
Number?
yeah.
How'd you know it was scratch? The name and the.
Great
Title?
question, yeah.
There you go.
Could have never guessed, huh?
All right, Chris with a nice little split there. That would be the 7-8.
That one's not very fun.
There he gets just a 7.
What about rock, paper, scissors?
You can do that.
Okay, best 2 out of 3?
Okay. Hold on a second. The good thing about this format is you can afford to have a couple bad games.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoe.
There's 1.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoe. Rock, paper, scissors, shoe.
1-1.
1-1. Rock, paper, scissors, shoe. Okay, I get to pick first. I'm picking Frankie and Steve.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a bad pick.
Who are you picking?
I'm going to think about it a second. Good shot
That's
there
fine.
for Frank.
I'm locked in with.
Okay.
who
It's
I
early still.
want. True. But I know my people.
It's true. They're good players. There's no doubts about that.
Exactly.
Steve takes care of his spare.
What did he leave? An 8-pin?
No, I think he left a 3-pin.
Gotcha. Wouldn't that be a 2-pin?
No, it was on the left side or right side. It was either a 3 or a 9.
You have me very confused at the
That's
moment.
what I'm here for. We have Lonnie. He's up on 39. He's finishing out his 10th frame. Gets a strike
Yeah.
there. His partner finished 148. Herrera up on 40. There we go. Nice strike there. Bobby's left a 3-pin.
Yes. What's the move?
Makes the spare. That I don't know. We'll find out here in a second. I'm going to assume they're going to skip
2?
1 or 2. So Chris leaves a split. Zach Garcia, which is next, he's next door at 35-36, shoots 230.
That's helpful.
Felix shot 169.
But with that, they're...
Over even.
Yeah. They're +1, I think. 2, something like that.
Here's Steve. Steve comes in light. 1,
Wow.
2, 4, 8.
Steve was trying to play the outside for the out shot.
He just got a little bit too far to the right. He's been playing right. He just got right, not early enough.
Yeah.
Schaefer, who's next door at 35-36, can finish at 222. Steve takes care of his spare. Good spare there for 39. That's nice. Sometimes you got to get the ball to do the work.
Exactly. Frankie leaves a 4-pin. Is that what that is?
I
or a
believe
2-pin?
that is a 2-pin.
It's hard to see from over here.
That eye doctor visits on his way.
Yes, it is. I also could
Rick
have
is
looked at the screen.
going, so they're going to skip a pair. Yep, because he's going 39 and 40. So just skipping a pair. Frank takes care of his spare. Zach Cook, Rick Schaefer's partner, 236. 236 and 219 combined for them. Puts them at plus.
55.
Very good. That was pretty quick.
The math is mathin'. Never underestimate
The power of math.
the power of Lucia, actually.
Oh, there you go. All right, here's Bobby. 10th frame. That one comes in high. 3, 6, 9, 10. Here's Chris Lawson.
I feel like there's a lot of speed control that also comes in with this pattern as well.
Yes, and traditionally also is the lower the ratios, the more accurate you have to be on speed and where you're putting the ball, location.
Yeah. Because there's not as much miss room.
No. As well as, so then as those numbers go further closer together, you get to 1-1. Now your missing speeds are going to be much more critical.
Oh, yeah.
You hit the same spot. If you hit it at a faster speed, though, the ball goes straight through it. So hit it at a slower speed, the ball may hook too much. So that's when speed gets really critical.
Yeah, it's a lot more important than a lot of people think.
Speed?
Yeah.
Yeah, on
Well,
when you get
as
to
in,
tougher
like,
patterns, absolutely.
Well, I feel like a lot of people see it as like trying to throw it as hard as you can, or at least some league bowlers that I know. It's like if you throw it as hard as you can, you'll have more pin action. But when in reality, like depending on what the pattern is, or
Yeah, you got to create a shape.
yeah,
Because even if we look at, here's Frank.
oh,
He leaves a
4
4-pin. Keith Grohl threw it extremely hard, but he still could shape it
exactly
by doing that. So that's where it was kind of a misnomer. He was
and it was consistent.
yes, speed was about the same every time going down the lane.
That's where he
Here's
figured it out.
Steve gets the first one in the 10th. Frank take care of a spare here, and a strike will put him at 248. Steve can max out at 231.
They will also be plus.
Yeah, there's no doubts they're going to be plus. All right, Frank takes care of his spare. I think he made that a little bit more an adventure than it needed to be. All right, Steve looking for a double here in the 10th.
And leaves a 10 pin.
Yeah. Tried to send somebody over there, but just got blocked. On way to scout the messenger.
Do two-handers have more messengers because of the rev rate and the way it goes through the pins than one-handers, or why is that?
Traditionally, the reason why they're having more messengers is they have a. Usually, they're going to have sometimes going to have a tendency to get it to the right. So they're going to be a little bit behind the head pin, which is the signal for a messenger.
Gotcha. So it has nothing to do with speed or revs or...
Not really. I mean, depends on how fast your messenger is coming back across.
True.
Because, I mean, technically anybody can send a messenger. This is going to be really, really slow, may not get there.
Yeah.
Or have enough power to get there. But usually that's why. 248, 220 for them. Puts them at plus 68.
Quick with the math.
Yes. All right. We start in game 2 here.
In one momento.
Coming to our pair, looks like, who do we got? So, 39 to 40, Felix and Zach Garcia, Rick Schaefer and Zach Cook. And coming to 37-38, Ryan Montoya, Ron Owings, Eric Cummings, and Rob
V-Hill.
There you go. All right, we'll be back with game 2 here momentarily. Okay. Mr. Montoya. He starts off with a strike.
I'm pretty sure he shot 245 over there. Maybe?
Something to that.
No, that's wrong person. I don't know what he shot.
Yeah, because their score is gone. Because he was on 33, 34.
Yeah. I was looking at the one next to him.
Here's Felix. On 39, takes care of his spare.
Felix has a very good mentality when it comes to bowling.
Which is what?
Well, he just, he goes with the flow. Like, he doesn't get himself worked up when it comes to that. We had a very long conversation about this.
Did you?
We did. The last night of league.
Okay.
We had a very long conversation about, how he doesn't put too much pressure on himself and how he puts in the work and stuff like that. Because he wants to succeed, but he's not going to beat himself up for it.
And he had to spend some time coming to that conclusion?
Yeah.
Or working into that mindset,
Yeah.
Because it's very rare that you're born that way. So, yes, I think it's a process, obviously, to get to that state where you're just, hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I can't control it. Once the ball leaves my hand, there's nothing I can do about it.
He also makes notes. Not every single time. He kind of does it when he just thinks about it. And they're short little notes in his note thing. And he dates it and where he was at and what balls he used and what the pattern was. But
you know who really does that a ton?
who?
One Ron Hostler.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
As well as a guy who bowled on Monday Night League, Frank Santarelli.
Oh, yep.
He's got book on top of book on top of book on top of books.
See, my issue is that I feel like it would have to be in my phone.
That's because you guys don't write anything or carry a book anywhere.
Well, Felix does it on his phone.
Well, Felix is trying to become young again.
And hip.
Young and hip.
It's okay. He's young and hip in your eyes.
Oh, he's short right there. So he left a 1-2, 10. All right, game 2. Again, they're bowling 6 games individually, and then they'll bowl 6 games Baker. And a quick shout out to Arapahoe Bowling Center.
No doubt.
Tyson, Bentley, whole crew, always welcoming, and this is one of the premier centers in the state of Colorado.
No doubts.
Oh, matter of fact, I was just looking up there. Felix Garcia, 801 on the board over there.
Look at Felix go.
He snuck in there.
See, he's trying to act young and hip. I'll let him know that later on today.
There you go. All right, there's Brian Montoya. Tries, leaves just a 7-pin.
I kind of like his jersey.
Montoya's?
Yeah, it reminds me of Halloween, and Halloween is one of my favorite holidays.
Okay.
Yeah. That and Christmas.
That and Christmas.
They're about tied.
Gotcha. Ron Owings leaves a 7-pin, along with Mr. Montoya, so we got a pair of 7-pins on 37 and 38. Felix with a crusher there.
Oh, yeah, you go, Felix.
Brian takes care of his spare. I'm looking around to see, I forgot about our jersey poll. Who's got the best jersey? I'll have to see as everybody comes through. We'll make a better judgment.
There's a couple of Wichita State boys here.
There is. There's a St. Ambrose in the
Yeah.
house. Mr. Close,
And then
Jacob White.
and his teammate are both wearing a Wichita State jersey.
Yes.
Um,
Didn't Dimitri go to Wichita State?
Dimitri
going?
does go there. Yeah,
That's
he
where-
made the JV team for his freshman year, which is
Which
still
is
very
good.
impressive.
Yes. I mean, because Wichita doesn't have any slouches over there.
No, but Dimitri's always been an
Very good.
amazing bowler.
Yes.
I have never beat him once. I bowled
You-
against him at Junior Masters last year twice because it was double elimination. And I ended up taking third because
So you never
lost
beat
to him.
Dimitri? Have you ever beat Tyler?
Yes.
Have you ever beat Lucas?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, once.
Lucas Finley.
Once.
All right. Are you sure about that?
I'm very sure
Okay.
about that.
Awesome.
I beat him at a Friday night sweeper.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Jackson?
Yeah. Yeah.
Many times or just
Once. Once or twice, maybe. I don't know. I can name one time.
Drew?
Probably.
Parker.
I don't know. I don't really
No, I don't
pay
think you've ever
attention
bowled
to
Parker.
Parker.
And then Gavin.
I don't think I've ever,
Had to bowl him.
yeah, like match to match.
So, you're talking match to match. You've beat
That's
Lucas.
I'm pretty sure I have in
Okay.
a Friday night sweeper.
All right.
That's what I was thinking we were talking about because
What?
I've beat Tyler match to match, never beat Dimitri match to match.
Let me send a little text out. See if
Okay.
we'll get confirmation.
Because I thought it was a few years ago when I still bowled the Friday night sweeper. I bet you he's going to say he doesn't remember. Or heck no. At sweepers.
No, we'll say match play in general.
Oh,
Just in case there's one you're forgetting about.
true.
All right, here's Felix up on
True
40.
that. Well,
Get home.
in that case,
There we go. Felix with another one. Gives Felix a double.
double to get you out of trouble.
Zach Cook on 39 is looking for a double. As well as Eric Cummings on 37. He's got his double. You gotta, the teammates, a lot of them are wearing matching jerseys.
Oh, yeah,
Impressive.
I love that. It makes it better.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like you're very connected,
Gotcha.
is a good word.
Zach Cook does get a double. Rick's looking for a double as well. Rick started off with a double, then a spare. Rick gets that one to hang. Leaves 2, 4, 8, 10.
I saw this one get picked up at Holidays Friday night sweeper.
There's Brian Montoya with a strike there. So Brian started off with a strike, then 3 spares, and strikes again. Here's Rick, and then take care of business. Gets 2.
You have to hit those 3 absolutely perfectly.
Or throw a backup ball.
Or that works too. Or it'd be a left-hander.
If you're leaving that as a left-hander, you got a problem.
Hey, it could happen.
Well, anything could happen. Felix, turkey.
See him in the corner over there getting all excited.
Yes. I thought you said he doesn't get excited.
What?
I thought you said he doesn't get himself worked up or excited.
I didn't say excited. I said he doesn't
Don't
get
get
himself
down.
worked up.
Oh, or down.
Yeah.
All right, here's Rick. Looking to
I've
bounce back
never
up to the
seen
open.
Felix in a bad mood. Have you?
That's true. That's a very good point.
Have you?
I don't think so.
I was going to say, you've known him longer than I have.
Slightly.
We learned last year that he can drive very fast in a very fast windstorm.
Yes,
Or a very bad windstorm.
he did. He's making time up.
There was no doubts. He got there he got home like an hour before we did.
All right, Zach Cook looking for a turkey. This is moving pretty quick.
No doubts.
Zach Cook does get his turkey.
He's got to match play and top 5 multiple tournaments this year.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a good year for Zach. Who else is very...
Noah?
Noah's been successful this year. Brandon Knowles. I'm looking at people that are here. Kevin Maloney's had a little down year, especially after the last year. He was super on fire.
Oh, yeah, there was no doubts. He's made almost every cut. Let's see, who else? Rick's had a bit of success this
Yes.
year. He won the Trevor Kling.
He did. Came in second in the Masters? Or third? Somewhere around there. He bowled well in the Masters. Brian Montoya with a strike there.
Didn't Russ shoot 300 this year?
Russ
Schaefer?
Schiffer? Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I thought.
Now, here's a trivia question for you, I guess. All the bowlers that are in here, has every one of them shot 300?
Has every single one of them?
Yes.
No.
Really? You would say no.
I would say no.
Okay.
I could pick one out. I would pick one out and go ask them.
I would agree because I could think of 2 off the top of my head.
Only because it's not that they don't have, like, the physical game or the capability. It's the fact that I think that these people that I'm thinking of, they definitely have the skill. They just not mentally ready yet,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. So you're probably thinking somebody different than I am. But, I mean, I'd say probably 90% of people in here have.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Awesome. Here's Felix looking for a 5-bagger, also known as a...
Double cheese.
Can you get it home? Got that one to come up high, leaves a 610. Zach Garcia shows Papa how it's done.
He beat him the first game.
That's true. That's true.
I kind of like that chicken shirt.
Rooster.
Or rooster, same thing.
Okay. Spare there for Felix.
You don't?
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm going to put it on the front.
I find it hilarious. That's why I like it.
Nice shot there by Ron Owings on 37.
If it had like a shark on it, oh my gosh, it's over.
Zach Cook leaves it's at 4-7.
Yes, it is.
Rick struggling a little bit this game. Yeah, there's going to be games like that where you're just trying to maintain.
Just
There you
pick up
go.
your spares.
Strikes there.
That's the biggest thing, is that as long as you pick up your spares, you're for the most part chilling.
So you're saying if you went 60 clean, you should make the cut?
I would say so.
I would probably agree with that.
I mean, I've never done that. I've won 30 clean once, but that was it.
Gotcha.
Never once 60. Have you ever gone 60 clean?
That's a good question. Highly unlikely. Nate Bolton, what's going on? Why are you not here?
Exactly. I'm surprised he's not here.
I am too. And a little shout out to yourself for making it through the first phase of life, which is what? Graduating high school.
Oh, you got me very confused for a second. I did.
You're very good.
It was something else, that's for sure. Glad it's over.
You'll miss it later on.
Definitely don't right now.
Here's Rick looking for a double. He does get that. Eric.
Strikes there.
Yes, on 37. So Rick set up his 10th frame. We have one Mr. Mike Honeyman. How's he doing?
I just went 4 through the face.
Wow.
It's like the other night. He went 7-10 back to back.
He's got some bad luck.
Yeah, especially these last couple of days. I look over and I'm like, didn't you just leave that on the other lane? He's like, yeah, I did.
He's consistent.
Yeah.
With nothing else, he's consistent. All right, looks like Felix and Zach are getting done. 10th frame.
Yeah, I made him bowl the sweeper with me last Friday.
Zach looking to take care of the spare. Does do that.
Look at
So you can
him
get
go.
him in the plus category. Sitting on 195 with the ball to go. Felix striking in the ninth. You finish at 233.
Correct. Si, senor.
And that's a good thing about doubles is sometimes you need your partner.
And then there's other times where you're
Hey.
like, go away.
Here's Felix. Look at that. He's
Oh, yeah.
kicking about
Get
and
it,
everything.
Felix.
There you go, Zach. So Zach does finish 205. So plus 5 added to their total. What they should have did, or here's another idea. Not what they should have done. Another idea is you take the 6 games, but you only take the highest game of which you 2 bowled.
You take the highest game? I'm confused, but
So-
how would that work?
No, so you're only still taking 6 games total. So I got
You got me
I got
very
another
confused.
idea. This is making me think.
Yeah, he
So
has some.
another format would be you do the 6 games of individuals, but you're going to take the high. You could pick on your 2 people. You could pick which game you're going to take.
Oh, so you're
So,
picking that
but
game.
you can only have of the partners. You can only have 3 that you can take of your own.
You have to explain that.
Because
I was a bit confused as well.
okay, so my thought idea is this: so you bowl. Each person's going to bowl the 6 games, right?
Yeah.
So, like, this is a good example. So you got Felix and Zach. Felix shot 233, Zach shot 205. So obviously you're going to take Felix's score. You throw Zach's out.
Yeah, but you each have to have 3, correct?
Exactly. So you need a minimum of 3. So then that gets to when you get towards the end. If you come out the box hot, say Felix came out the box hot and goes 240, 240, 240. So you'll take his first 3. But then now you're stuck with whatever Zach does the rest of the way because you need those other 3.
Yeah, you can't. Okay, that makes sense.
Especially if you went Felix goes 240 and Zach goes 238.
Yeah.
238, 238, 238. But now you're going to need them to. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, I could live with that. That would be kind
Trickery, a little trickery out there.
I think that would be fun.
All right, so Rick, first strike in the 10th. Zach Cook finished 216. Rick gets a strike there, gives him a double in the 10th. So Rick can get the 225.
I'm not really sure what he's trying to explain. What was he trying to explain?
Whether he needs to move or stay in the same spot.
Oh, I did not get that off of those movements.
So it's a trial and error. You're floating a balloon out there. It's probably going to come up a little short because he's going to a weaker ball, but I don't want him to move right and go through the face.
Yeah.
So this is going to tell us how much weaker it is by staying in the same spot.
Gotcha.
And then you're going to, okay, off of that, I need to move to the right or where I need to move to.
Makes sense.
And it's, I mean, you got a free ball basically anyways.
Your biggest thing is just looking for count.
Yeah, or keeping the ball in the lane. That's
Yeah.
actually. Well, he does label that.
Well, maybe he might want to keep that.
So it doesn't need to move.
No, he does not.
Well, at least not on that pair. Unfortunately, he's done. 225 for him.
Which puts them at plus 41. And then Felix and Zach at plus 38 for that game.
Yes. We should have some scores here momentarily.
Un momento.
It's just moving pretty quickly. I do see a 246 over here.
Yes. Seen a couple 240s, a couple 230s. Oh, then we have Michelle. That's
Michelle
bowling
Malley,
down
yes.
there. That,
Kudos to her. She bowled very well at Women's Nationals.
Yeah, they're in first place for doubles.
Yes, her and
Deb, right? Or who was she?
Debbie
minus?
McMillan.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right. Just testing your.
I was like, was that our partner?
Yeah, it was her partner. We have a lot of Colorado women bowl very well out there.
I think there was like
From-
5 in the top 10 or something like that.
So you had Debbie, you had Michelle, you had Sharon,
Yep.
Karina, Carrie, Emily. Who am I missing?
Yeah, that's 5 right there.
There's somebody else. There's one more I'm missing, and I'm gonna be mad.
Ziggity Zach would know. Hopefully he's on here and he'd help us out.
All right, finishing up game 2. You're going to have a little delay as they're moving across. We'll be back with game 3 here momentarily. All right, for game 3. On our pair is 37-38. We have Randy Allen and Mike Mounts, Alfred Wolf, and Adam Miller. 39-40, we have Larry Harper and Brian Mitchell, David Gunderson and Dex Dilworth. Randy Allen with the 10 pin there.
Darn 10 pins.
Brian Mitchell on 39.
You never made
Here's
your
a
pick.
2-8. Oh, let me see that.
Hold on. Shh. Just kidding. Anyways.
I'm take. I want to go Kyle and Kevin. It's one of my thought processes. But I like Tyler and Jeff Delaney too. I'm going to go. You know what? I'm taking the Garcias.
You taking the Garcias?
I am.
What's the deal?
So yes, I'm taking the Garcias.
Okay.
Again, we're in game 3 of the single game portion of the tournament. After each bowl 6 games individually, then we'll go to 6 games of Baker. How you bowling? Yeah, there.
I don't have my stuff. Can't do that.
Here's Alfred. Start off with an open.
Whoever's pen this is fantastic.
Comes in high there. 3, 4, 6, 7. It is. Don't steal my pen.
It's not yours, is it?
It is.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Here's Randy Allen. Gets a strike there. Nice shots. All right, Alfred starts off with a pair of opens.
That's very surprising to me. I don't think I've ever seen him start off with opens.
Well, now you see them start off with 2 of them.
Exactly.
Larry Harper with a strike there. Nice shot there on 38. And Mitchell on 40. 10 back there. David Gunderson is going to be on 39. Look who's in the house.
No,
They didn't bring any cookies with them.
I know, I was just about to say she should have brought cookies.
Alfred Wolf with the strike there, so he must have heard you.
Thanks. Thanks for hearing me out. I have some pretty smart ideas.
Just a 7 out, leaves just a 10 on 38. We will have Mike Honeyman on our bear. That'll be
Hello,
next
Mike.
game. Fortunately, he's got a lot of work to do over there. Said
Who
he's
does?
struggling. Mike.
Oh, yeah.
Diane Clark D. Diane and Clark. Her name is Diane Westberg D. Makes the best cookies ever, right?
Yes, she does. Oh my gosh, those cookies are to die for.
That's everybody craves them.
Oh yeah. That's one of my favorite parts about Rocky Mountain Seniors.
There you go. Randy Allen leaves another 10 pin there. Strike there for Mitchell on 39. Gives him a double.
Double to get you out of trouble.
Larry Harper looking for a double. Dante Lundy in the house. Just walking around.
Yeah. Random.
Gunderson leaves a 310. That one comes in a little high there on 37, 4-7. We're going to get standing sheets here momentarily, Mr. Bolton. They're moving pretty quickly. We had a breakdown, so it delayed getting the scores there for a second. But once we do, we'll let you know who's in and where.
Just for you, Nate.
That was a quick in and out.
He left a ball here on Friday night.
There you go. Oh, good shot there. 39 leaves, just an 8-pin. Brutal.
I have to say, those are some of the most frustrating pins to leave because it's like, dang, I threw a great shot and this is what happens.
8 or 9. But do you complain when you crumble in and you strike the bucket? No.
No, but it's like...
You got to take the good and the bad.
True, but it's a different feeling.
Fully.
You don't have that feeling when you leave an 8 or a 9 pin?
No.
That's right, because you don't leave those because you
I'm
leave
not
bigger
very good.
splits.
Yeah, exactly.
Just kidding.
I'm
Just
not very
kidding.
good.
Just kidding.
Harper takes care of his spare. Larry Harper works where?
Toyota
Very good. And does what?
sells cars.
IT.
Oh, same thing.
Exactly.
Same thing.
Good shot there.
It's like tomato.
Exactly. Here's Gunderson on 39. Leaves a 2-8. Al Wolf looking for a turkey. It's a good way to clean up those two opens.
Oh, yeah.
Does get a strike there. Gives him a turkey. Once you said it, you've never seen him have two splits to start, and he's kicked it into gear.
Exactly, because I have that type of power on people.
Apparently. Randy Allen, 310.
Got Zach bringing in another thing of balls.
Bag.
Yep, that thing is what it's called. Smart thinking.
All right, there we go. Good shot there.
How to get revenge after that 8-pin.
That's true. Randy Allen takes care of the baby splits. Larry Harper with a strike on 40. Mitchell catches a break there and strikes. Good shot on 37. Wolf looking for a four-bagger.
Double-double. Trying to get a double-double.
That's going to have to hook.
And
Did not. The 1-2-4 for him. That ball needed somebody to go down there and kick it hard.
exactly. Needed a wee bit of luck.
More surface is what it needed.
That too.
Yeah, a little friction. All right, takes care of the spare. Good spare there on 39. Here's Randy Allen on 37. Strikes there. Larry Harper looking for a double there on 39. Does get a double. Hal Wolf. That one got the hook a little bit too much, 3-6-10. Al unfortunately opens there.
There's a 5-pin, I think, on 40.
Or is it the head pin?
Is that the headpin? I can't
think
tell.
it's the head pin.
The
I think
one?
that is a oneer. Could be wrong. Nope, it is 5. You're right.
Hands up.
Yeah.
Free drinks.
No. No free drinks for you.
Nope. Gosh darn it.
Four pin for Al. We're getting close to the end of game 3 here.
Yes, we are.
Halfway through the individual sets. Al takes care of
Good
a spare.
pickup.
Adam Miller has a 4-bagger.
It's hard to see what other people are doing down there, but
No, we're spread out pretty good here.
I think scores are going to stay pretty steady, honestly.
If you're hitting it, you're hitting it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like, if you're doing good, you're going to stay doing good. If you're doing bad, then unless you have, like, a big aha moment.
Or the opposite way.
True.
You lose it a little bit because it's a little tricky.
Oh, yeah.
Good shot there. Mike Mounts gets himself a 4-bagger. Randy Allen looking for a turkey going into the 10th. There you go. Is that the crossover? He's taking it and leaving the building.
Hey, it works. As long as all those pins knock down, who cares? It counts as a strike.
No doubts.
I'd rather shoot a 300 with all Brooklyns than to...
That'd be impressive.
Exactly. Than to shoot...
A 300 regularly?
No.
Okay, just thought I'd ask.
No, like, trying to think of a good...
Analogy?
Yeah. Okay, just forget about what I said. I gotta think
Al
about
Wolf
that.
gets a strike there in 37. So heading into the 10th. Got Randy Allen and Mike Mounts, 37-38. Randy can finish. What's he at here? 224. And Mike Mounts. $249. That'll vault him up pretty good. He got that to cross over, leaves a 7-pin.
Pick that up. It'll put him at... $228.
Very good.
Is that correct?
I believe you are correct. Randy Allen comes up short there, leaves a washout. The 1-2-4-10. So he's going to need to pick this up to go plus. Can he get it to roll? Unfortunately not. Opens there 188. And Mike takes care of his spare. So he'll be in the 220s.
Oh, yeah.
Al Wolf get the 201. Gets the first one in the 10th.
That one looked very good.
And the strike there for Mounts. So Mounts does get the 228, along with Randy's 188.
Puts him at plus 10?
No.
Or, hold on.
No,
Please
minus
hold.
12 and plus 28.
So plus 16.
There you go.
Same thing.
The 8's got you fooled.
Yeah, they got me fooled. They got me a little messed up.
And here's Al looking for another one. Trips to 4. Bowler's best friend right there.
Exactly.
Here comes Delaney. That dude. Always having a good time.
No doubt. He came with us to Kansas this year.
Yeah, he did. Had a great time.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. But it's always fun.
It is.
You said Tyler's going to do some heavy lifting. You're not lying. And it is.
All right, Alfred finishes 201. Adam Miller can finish at 227. 220, or I'm sorry,
No,
237.
yeah, I was like, what?
237, 201, gets on a plus.
Plus 201? Plus 28? Something.
39.
You have me
38,
confused
38.
now.
I messed myself up. Maybe a plus 38 three strikes here.
You're confusing me.
Can he get there? Comes up a little light there. 7 counts it.
33.
33 and 1 is 34. So plus 34 for them.
So we were both wrong.
Yes, we were. Finishing up 39 and 40.
With a score correction.
We do have a score correction. All right, Larry Harper looking to take care of his spare. Does take care of the spare.
Nice pickup.
All right, Mitchell opens in the 10th, but he still got the 225. Got a score correction. They're going to have to fix this because Harper's getting ready to bowl on somebody else's score here. Crosses over and gets a strike there, so we're going to see how this pans out.
Because he should be at...
Should be a spare strike.
Oh.
9 spare. We're going to have to take the strike off the bottom, put the strike on the top.
So he'll be at 204.
He will be at 204. So 204, 225, plus 29.
Plus 49.
225 and 204.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
You gonna give him an extra 20 pins? Aren't you a nice person?
I am. Y'all should
Just
think.
give away free pins.
I would. Slide an extra tip under the table.
There you go. Scores are, I mean, they're going up a little bit. At least those pairs. Down there's looking a little suspect. They're bowling pretty good. 35-36 is lightening up. Yeah, Jeffrey makes a spare.
So
And the
proud
crowd
of
goes
himself.
wild. Huh?
So proud of himself.
Yes. All right, Gunderson comes in light there, leaves a 1-2. Game 3, almost to the finish line. We start game 4. Coming to our pairs for game 4, 37-38.
Mike?
Roger Waller and Mike Honeyman. Steve Banta and Ricardo DeRosa. And then going to 39 and 40 will be Tyler Close and Jeff Delaney. And Mark Yates and Mike Smith.
Fantastic.
All right, Gunderson throwing his last ball for game 3.
And he gets 1 of 46.
Yep. All right. We'll be back with game 4 here momentarily. All right. Mike Honeyman starts with a strike.
Good job.
There we go. He just had to get to the TV pair.
Exactly. I'm so proud.
Roger Waller, his partner. See if he can match him. Leaves a 7-pin.
And this puts them halfway through
The
The-
individual. Whoa.
individuals.
So yes, they're on the backside of the half now in
Yeah.
game 4.
Because the Bakers will go very quickly.
Yes. So Waller takes care of his spare. Nope. Come up a little light there. So they're going to have an open start for, I do believe that's Ricardo. Steve will be on 38.
Are more people switching to pearls now?
Uh,
Because it started to break down. Or would you switch to a pearl now?
Me personally, probably not.
You'd still stick with a pretty big solid?
Nope. Just going down to a smaller solid.
Gotcha.
All right, Mr. Honeyman looking for a double.
And it's off. And he
Crosses
goes to
over.
the face.
Leaves just a 3-pin.
Good shot for Roger.
Let's see if Mike take care of his spare. He does do that. Okay, game 4 underway. We'll be back in just a moment. Yeah, our first look at Mr. Close for today. He's on 40. Gets a strike there. He goes to.
He didn't get a strike there. He got
Oh,
a 10 pin.
Somebody is in my way, so he left the 10 pin. What school does he go to?
He goes to St. Ambrose.
There you go. Who else do you know goes there?
Lucas. Now Gavin. Drew.
My favorite one. Raider.
Raiden.
Raiden. Not Raider. Raiden. He's my favorite. I don't even know his name.
Exactly.
Raiden.
Who couldn't love Raiden?
Absolutely. Awesome. He's going to teach Lucas how to cook this year.
That should be interesting.
It should be hilarious.
Need videos of that.
Yeah. Where's Mr. Delaney? Mr. Delaney to lane 39. Jeff Delaney, lane 39.
ASAP.
Here he comes.
Just grabbing his stuff.
Yes.
Found Tamika in the process.
He did. He did find her.
Yes, he did.
I did improve 40 pins.
There you go.
Good job.
He went plus 40.
So proud.
He can go 40 pins per game. He's going to be all right.
Exactly.
You know, 240, 280.
Exactly.
Wouldn't that be something?
That'd be fantastic.
Fish with 280 and look, you know what? You didn't carry me but so much.
Go 280, 280, 280.
That's a good set.
It's a 800 right there.
3 280s, yes. I do believe it would be called 840, by the way.
It would be 40?
Take
Yeah,
20 off each
because-
one. 20, 40,
yeah.
60. Off 900 would be 840.
Yeah. Or if
Which
it
seems
was,
a little weird because 280 seems like a high number, but you're only shooting 840.
Yeah. It's like if you shoot 180, 180, 180, you're shooting 540.
Correct. So when people put up like 870s, they're just, that's putting up a big number.
You might as well go pro at that point.
Well, it depends on what you're bowling on.
Whatever that is, you need to go pro on that pattern.
That's true. All right, Mike looking to take care of his spare here on 37. He's left a 610. I've seen him pick this up before in my life.
Couple times.
We got Mike Smith on 39. He's your D bowler. Nice shot there. Mike does not pick up the 610.
Mike.
Lost it off his hand. He is extremely happy that he was talked into bowling today.
He was talked into bowling.
Yeah, because they needed a partner. Roger needed a partner. And sent the bat signal out, and Mike answered the call. Tyler with a nice strike there. That was a strike this time.
That was a strike this time. Good job.
Let's see if Mr. Delaney can get a double here.
There's still some big pieces out there.
Yeah. There's still some volume out there.
True.
I heard oil in the middle of the lane. That's Delaney does get a double.
It's a 710 on 38, but he got the 7.
Yeah, that's one thing we have not seen today.
It's a 710.
Correct. That crosses over, leaves just 3-6.
Yeah, that has
Roger.
to be their Nationals jerseys. Because look, there's a whole bunch
Everybody's got one. Here's Michael.
of them. Boom.
You got the 7 to jump off the back. Gives him a strike. It's one of his better efforts. Hey, Tyler Close on 39, looking for a turkey.
You know what I've also noticed? I don't think I've ever seen Mike in a jersey.
I see him in a jersey every year.
When? Nationals?
There you go.
Yeah, but I've never been to Nationals.
That's
with
true.
you guys.
Tyler with the big washout there. So yes, usually that's the only time I see him in a jersey. You are correct. So for him to just trot one out today,
That was
something
a little
special.
different. Yeah.
Laundry must not be done.
What?
His laundry must not be done.
Or Roger just has an impact on him.
Yeah. Roger got a strike. All right, let's see what Mike does here. Tyler on 39 takes care of his
Nice.
spare. There you go. Chops out the 10. So it gives Mike a double. Delaney takes care of his spare. So Delaney starts off with a turkey and then leads a 2-10 or 2-8 and converts that. Mark Yates, that one got away from him a little bit. I don't think we'll see a 300 on this pattern today.
I don't think so either.
Anything's
It's
possible,
looking
but
a little tough.
would be a Baker 300. That would be interesting.
That'd be pretty cool. That should be a USBC award. Baker 300s.
Yeah, I don't think they give you one for that one.
Don't think so either.
Roger comes in high there, 4-6-10. Tyler Close.
Good shot.
Didn't know where that one was going, but it struck.
He was like, oh.
I'll take that and run away. See if Jump Delaney can,
Match him?
yes, get a strike here. Leaves a 10 pin. Mike, big 5 counter. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10.
So for him, he feels like he doesn't have, like, the right ball, correct? So what would you put into his hands?
He needs a mid-level solid.
As in, like, what's an example?
First example we're going to have is scores. All right, after 3 games, your leaders, Rick Schaefer and Zach Cook, the pair I picked.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You picked Felix and...
Oh, that's right. They're in second. So Felix and Zach are in second, plus 111. Stephen Frankie in third, plus 89. Nathan Zapato Trujillo and Shane Valente, plus 85, is in fourth. So that is your current number to get to the dance. Just outside, plus 75 is Eric Cummings and Rob Veal. And Al Wolf and Adam Miller are plus 63. Jacob White and Brandon Galinsky, plus 41. Larry Harper, Brian Mitchell, plus 75. Randy Allen, Mike Mounts, plus 13. Tyler Close and Jeffrey Delaney, plus 10.
So the cut is... What's the cut at?
Well, the top 4 is plus 85.
Gotcha.
We just got to figure out how many they're paying, but the top 4 will move on.
Gotcha. Makes sense. It's gonna... I feel like it's gonna be a toss-up. For sure.
Yes, it's halfway through. It's still anybody's game, obviously. Rick and Zach put up 455, 41, and 436. Felix and Zach, 401, 438, 472. They seem to be getting better.
Yeah.
Steve and Frankie, 468, 363, 458. So they're a little up and down action going on
But
there.
they're the highest that I've seen so far with team totals.
So hence why they could take that beat on that 363.
That's true.
They got probably the first high and second high, 468 and 458.
That'll do it. Or no, because Felix
472,
and Zach, yeah.
So they got the high. All right, Delaney and Tyler are in. Where did I see them at? They're in 10th. Yates and Smith are in 24th. Honeyman and Roger Whaler in 25th. And who's on the pair with them? That is one.
Got it stuck.
Steve and Ricardo. Or Steve and Dana Wright.
Yes.
They're in 27th.
Awesome.
Mike Smith. Strike there. All right. Heading into the 10th on 37-38. They are moving fast.
Yes, they are.
Roger could finish at 172. Mike Honeyman, 183. Roger does get a first strike in the 10th. There's some red circles up there for sure.
There's a ton of red circles. I'm seeing that all throughout the center so far right now. Jacob White is down there, but he goes, or no, that's Brandon. Brandon is spare 3 in a row, and is going on another spare.
For who?
For Brandon.
Awesome. All right, Roger looking for a double. Mike did strike his first ball in the 10th on 38. Roger gets another strike. So you can get to 172. Let's put him into 355. 365. Which would be their high game of the day.
Where are they at?
Oh, Mike crosses over, leaves 3610. So he's going to be in one. He can get to 170 with a spare. 170 and 172 puts him at 242 or 342.
Yeah.
Which puts them at their second high game of the day.
Yes. Like to strive for those.
You always want this game to be higher than your last.
Exactly.
All right, Roger finishes 8 count, 170. Mike looking to pick up spare up to match to 170. Does do that. So a pair of 170s for that team. What's him at?
340.
There you go.
I had to think about that for a second.
Steve and Dana.
So proud of you guys.
It's my high game of the day.
Well, means you go. We were just talking about it. You want the game that you're bowling to be higher than your last game. If you always do that in life, you'll probably be all right. Be successful.
And when your second game is a 129, you don't got a whole lot to do to do that.
Exactly.
A little bit better than 129 every game.
There you go. Words of wisdom from one Mike Honeyman.
Exactly. Should get that on a shirt.
I'll give him his own segment here.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Good spare there. Delaney back-to-back opens.
7-2, 7-2. Tyler is holding.
And Tyler is carrying the load. Will it be enough? That's the question. Can't believe you're not voting for. I was going to vote for Kevin and Kyle. I was going to vote for Kevin and Kyle, but then she suckered me off and I had to go to some. But that would have been my second choice.
Kevin and Kyle?
Yes, that's a strong team.
That is a strong team.
So I was going to go with them. Don't get me wrong, but I got talked off of that pick. Mike Smith opens there. So finishing up game 4. We'll be back in just a moment. right, game 5 underway.
Almost through the first
So
event, kind of, or what would you call it? A first section?
yes. 37-38. We had Mike Riley. He's bowling with Ernie Lloyd, and JJ, otherwise known as John, otherwise known as John Johnson, is bowling with Chelsea Tonsing.
I like John the best.
That is hilarious.
That's too good.
And then coming to 39-40. Will be Nathan Zapato Trujillo along with Shane Valente and
Joshua Saul and David Ballinger.
see, I told you it was cold down here. Put a jacket on. It's
He did
cold.
put a jacket on.
It is cold down there. A little chilly. 3-6-10 for Chelsea. Start off with a double. John's struggling a little bit. He starts with his spare, then a split, and then the 7 count, which he takes care of.
Oh, yeah.
Some more of those blue and white jerseys.
I did ask Mary. That is their...
Nationals.
Yeah.
Good spare there
And
for Chelsea.
some have names and some don't. It's the ones that don't have names, they bowled with pros.
The ones that don't have names, they bowled with pros.
Like Carolyn.
So why didn't they put their name on there?
I don't know. That's just what Mary said.
Oh, because probably the pros didn't want to put their name. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I'm not sure. I'm just going by what I was told.
Gotcha. Makes sense. I'm not a big name shirt guy.
See, I love it. Because then I know
Who you
that
are?
it's mine and what my name is.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, game 5 underway. We'll be back in just a moment. Okay, a quick little update. We had our pairings wrong. Coming in 39 and 40 is going to be Dylan Brown, Chris Harnish, Derek Schisler, and Ricky Schisler. David and Joshua will be here next game. So they will be here for game 6.
Just skipped ahead a little too fast.
Just a hair.
Just a wee bit.
And then the fun begins. Because then we're going to Baker.
Yes, we are.
Chelsea up on 37. Struck in the 5th, looking for a double. Comes a little high. Needs a 4-pin.
On the TVs over there, I know y'all can't see it, but Chris is bowling. Is that one of the old
Chris,
Kelso?
yes. That's not a new show.
Okay, I was just wondering. I was like,
No,
Did I
not that he
miss
couldn't make a
something?
new show, but yeah.
well, I've heard about him many times.
Yeah,
That's why I was
dude could
like,
bowl. There's another guy who could bowl.
oh yeah, there's no doubts.
Chelsea takes care of the spare. Derek Schisler comes up short 1-2, 8-10.
Why
JJ makes the spare. Yes.
Why wouldn't they consider the 1-pin? So let's say like a washout. Like there's a gap between the 1 and the 10-pin.
Why is it called a washout instead of a split?
Yeah,
Is what you're going
because
to?
I mean exactly, but because there's still that gap where there is with if there was like a 7-10 split. You know what I'm
Correct.
saying?
I think the idea is back in the day when they were naming these things, they're coming up with these terminology. The ball got washed out. That's why it didn't hit the head pin.
Yeah.
I think we'll do some research and figure that out.
I just always found that interesting. I always thought that I'm like, there's a gap. So wouldn't that make that a split? So I literally, when I was little, I thought everything was a split.
Gotcha. You had a lot of washouts?
Yeah. Okay, that is not giving me
No.
the answer I wanted. Hold on.
That is, we're going all around the answer.
Yeah, it really is. The term likely comes from the way the ball washes out the pins between the head pin and the remaining pins.
You would
leaving them
think that I
separated.
came around and invented these terms.
No.
Man, the hate's real.
Yes. Yes, it is.
JJ's got a nice spare up there. That would technically be a washout.
Yes, that would be. Isn't that the 1-5-6-10?
Is the 5 still standing?
I thought there was. I could be wrong.
I
But
think it's just the 1-6-10.
oh, and he got
Whatever it
it.
is, it's made. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't think there was a 5 back there.
Here's Mike Riley. He started off with a strike, a split, and a 4-bagger. We see a lot of Mike Riley on the Rocky Mountain Senior Tour.
Yes, we do.
He's a 7-pin. We've covered a gamut of styles today, too. We've two-handers, one-handers,
Left-handers,
left-handers.
right-handers.
Do we have a left-handed two-hander? Or left side two-hander, I guess.
Isn't Ricky?
Ricky is two-handed on the right side.
Oh, he is? I don't know why I thought he was a lefty. Great question.
Derek comes up high there on 39, 36-10. Good spare there for Ricky. Chelsea labels
shot.
that one, gives her a double.
She's trying to beat JJ so badly.
Right now, I don't think it's super difficult. Ernie Lloyd. He's looking for a double.
He's a 4-pin.
And Mike Riley's cruising. Good shot there. Ernie's got out the hook. Let's take care of that.
Seen a lot of the seniors and ladies
There's a
from
bunch
the
of them.
tour.
Yes. Here's Ricky. Gets a strike there. Yeah, if you get a chance, go to watch the PBA 50 Senior U.S. Open at Highland Park in June. I believe it starts June 11th.
Are you bowling it this year?
Nope.
Why?
Yeah, way too many things on the plate. Plus, I'm old. So they have a super senior category, then I'll join that.
What are you, like 90?
93.
Sounds about right. Still doing a lot for 93.
I am. Don't tell anybody.
I think most people would want to know your secret.
Secret. No red meat. No soda.
Red meat is so good. Soda's fantastic.
Hey, I used to be
Wait
all
till I
in.
make the famous tacos I make.
I'm not eating any.
That's true. But still, I like my famous tacos.
So how do you make them?
Or ground beef.
I mean,
Or turkey
what
meat.
else?
Spices.
Yes.
Red sauce.
So you don't know what you put in there.
It's
You
pretty
just take
much
stuff out the cabinet and sort of put it
yeah,
in
I
there.
pretty much just do it as I go, if I'm being completely honest.
Oh, great.
Yeah. It turns out very good every time.
I'm not eating it, so you don't have to worry about it. I don't care how it turns out.
You're missing out.
If you say so.
It's true.
I'll order Chinese.
No, I'm going to make the best meal ever tonight.
All right,
Watch.
37-38, finishing up. Chelsea could put up a nice game here.
She could put up 50, 80, 246.
Comes in light there, good jinx. Leaves a baby split.
220.
So going to have to do a score correction. JJ leaves a washout, so he's not getting a 200.
No.
Take care of it. Oh, she gets one. All right, they're going to fix the score. JJ finishes that with 3 there, puts him 83.
Yep.
So 183 and
Sure.
214.
No. Right? Did she miss it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So he's doing a score correction now.
So -3 for that game.
Overall for them, yes. Or 212. So 212 and so 17 minus 12 is?
-5. Correct? Correct? Okay, fantastic.
You did nail that one.
Of course. Pretty awesome.
Ernie Lloyd, who was known as the Big E, comes in high, leads a 4-pin. So he really struggled that game. Makes the spare. Put him at 29 plus 10 is 39. His partner is going to shoot 240.
Yeah. It's looking like it. That'll help him out.
Here's Mike. Riley with a strike there. Gives him the second one in the 10th.
Yeah, so he just needs 5 pins to
Yeah,
reach.
he's going to be in the 240.
Yeah.
Ernie does take care of his spare. So strike will put him at 240. So minus 60 and plus 45 minimizes that damage pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Riley.
Well, leaves a split, but it's a good place to have it.
Yes. 242. So with the strike here, puts him at minus 18.
Yep.
Comes up a little short. So he gets some one.
Minus 21.
137, yep. You know an easy way to do that?
I was just subtracting 3 from it.
Okay, so to get their score and figure out where they're plus or minus, like with that big gap like that, I go 137. I'm going to add his 42 to the 137. Puts him at 81.
Yeah.
And then 81 from 200 is minus 19.
Yeah.
And then because the other one's just going to be a stagnant 200.
True.
The more you know.
That is true.
It only works when one's plus, one's minus. If they're
That
both
is
minus, it becomes, then you got to do a little bit more math.
Well, then you gotta switch them to plus if they're both minus. Like, let's say minus 150 plus minus 150 is minus.
Every
Okay.
300 minus 100.
What?
If somebody shot 150 and the other one shot 150, that's 300
Correct.
for the team.
Yeah,
To get to even, they'd have to shoot 400. So
Yeah.
that means they're minus 100.
exactly. That's where I was going at. Just didn't get there quick enough.
No worries. Somebody on 33-34 has put up a nice number. We'll have to see who that is. They start off with the turkey, a spare, and then a 5-bagger. I think that's Jacob White. Schistler leads a 610. That is Derek. Ricky's left a 3-610.
Both got the 610 there.
They both do. Maybe that's why they're related.
Could be.
Ricky gets
Picks
2. Yeah, he did pick it. All right, game 5 finishing up. We'll be back in just a moment. Finishing up the 10th frame, 39 and 40. We got Ricky Schisler. He's your B bowler on 39.
He had 2.
He had 234.
Yeah.
Comes in high, 310. Or 36. Derek He's got a double going into the 10th. He comes in high, leaves a 4-7. So both of them get 8 counts.
Yes, they do. Just trying to be alike.
Ricky takes care of his spare.
Yes.
See if Derek can do the same. He does not.
That's one.
So 153 for Derek.
154.
154. 1 is 2, you're right. And Ricky can get to 214. Nice. So Ricky does strike there. 214 for him. We got Chris Harnish and Dylan Brown. Well, Dylan has struck his first ball in the 10th. 2 more puts him at 192. And Chris could get to 193.
Yes.
That's a consistent team.
Oh, yeah, no doubts.
Dylan 2810. So he's not getting into the 290s.
Nice shot.
Chris does get a striker there. Coming to our pair. 37 and 38 for game 6 of the individual games. Is going to be 1. Jacob White and
Yes. And Brandon Golzinski.
and they're bowling with
They're bowling with Scott Roberts and Mitchell Knob.
and so 180 for Dylan Brown. Chris leaves just a 7-pin there. So he can get to 183. And you did mention Jacob White goes to,
He goes to Wichita State.
that's right down the street.
Yeah,
Just
honestly,
a long street.
Yeah, pretty much is.
Okay, 182 and 180.
Consistent with each other,
And they are.
averaging 181.
All right, again, getting to the last game of the individual games.
Yes.
Then we're going to have 6 Baker games.
And then we'll cut.
To the top 4. 2 games. Total pins. Baker style to determine who moves into the championship match. All right, here's our first look at Mr. White. Nice shot there. Just came off 257.
So I think he's got a look.
Decent one. Let's see what Brandon does here. Brandon did end up getting a 185. There's a pair of 257s on the pair. So was it Mitchell or Scott Roberts that shot 250? 7 as well. I think it's Scott Roberts.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
So would you say it has the same look as Jacob White?
Yeah, I mean, if you're shooting 250s, I feel like you got a pretty good look. Wouldn't you agree?
Not disputing it. Uh-oh, look who's back.
Did
Shoot
you?
that game. 238. There you go.
Wow.
To the back 6.
Wow.
More strikes that game than I did the rest of the day.
Maybe you
You
should.
got 1 game to go. Shoot 300 here. You guys are in.
Both of you.
We're like 4th from the bottom.
And you still have the Baker games. So you still,
Yeah.
We're starting to gel.
yeah. You guys have It's a triathlon. You're finishing the first leg.
That was the first half of my
You're going to get to the
Just
swimming
don't screw
portion
it
here in a
up.
minute.
Just don't screw it up and you'll be fine.
Oh, I've already
Just letting you know.
I've done all the pre-skirt up to do today, so it's just a matter of throwing a good shot.
Okay, then throw a good shot.
Actually, it was Mitchell that shot
As
250.
you should.
What do you think I can?
Yeah, sometimes.
There, to the left of your screen, you got a 710. That's the first one we've seen today. Have you left a 710 today?
I did.
Ooh, there you go.
In that game.
If anyone could leave one,
We saw 710
when?
down here at the very beginning because you commented. Yeah. But there was another one down here and I commented on it. Or you might have actually. I don't think it
I
was
think you're
me.
delusional.
I don't.
Okay.
I pay attention.
Made a 298. There we were on to.
Really?
Who shot that?
Last name. Wolf, maybe?
Al?
Al Wolfie?
Al Wolfie. 98.
Front six this game.
Look
Wow.
at Al Wolfie
He just
go.
couldn't finish it. He got a little nervous.
I don't know. He threw. It was in, and everything else held. That would hit post.
Ah.
They must have got one.
We were discussing this. Out of all the players, what percentage you believe has shot 300?
Of all the players, what?
What's the percentage? What percentage would you believe is anyone or what is the percentage of the people who shot 300
Ever
ever?
in this tournament?
Yep.
Probably 70.
Oh, I'm
His
going
is
higher than that. I'm going 90, probably 80.
Hey, yeah, that's probably fair.
You said 90 earlier.
Yeah, but that math as well.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's gonna be because how many players are there? There's a total of how many teams? 28. 28 be 56.
Yeah. I'd say 90.
yeah, that's probably
I would say 90.
fair. About 90.
Yeah.
I'd say 88%.
Do a survey.
Well, looking through, I can figure out a whole lot really quick.
Send,
So Isaac hasn't.
Oh, yeah, never.
Michelle has more 300s than Isaac.
Exactly.
Luce, you go down there and
have Dumbo here go ask her. Ray, can you go with 300?
Exactly. I
Come
would
back and
too.
tally it up, and if you could do the math, or you have your calculators.
Exactly, so we're good.
all right, go get him. All right, coming to our other pair, Nathan Zapato Trujillo. He's
He's won a
Ma-
bunch of
yes.
ABTs.
and usually making cuts
Oh, yeah.
on whatever he bowls. He's bowling with Shane Valente. They're coming to 39 and 40. And this is the last game of individual games. Then we move on to the next phase, which is Baker.
Baker. Those will fly.
Yeah, because there's only going to be two teams on a pair.
Exactly. And I'm assuming you still skip one and you start on that pair that you left off, or?
Where's Frankie? We're going to make sure they don't get to the same pair. So if they
Frank-
skip that pair, skip that pair. Yep, just continue to skip. They'll never hit the same pair twice.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fair.
All right, game 6 getting started. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, game 6 of the individuals underway. Just got done talking to Kyle.
Giving
Taylor?
him a bit of crap.
Yes.
What we do best.
Good shot there for Jacob White. You said Brandy goes to school with him?
Brandon?
Or you said there's 2 people here from
I
Wichita.
thought there was because of the yellow jersey.
Oh, gotcha,
But
gotcha.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Gotcha. So you made an assumption.
I did. I thought, because I could have sworn I saw the Shocker logo on it, but I think it was an AVT
Gotcha.
logo.
And that's Mitchell, by the way.
Yes, correct.
He leaves a 10-pin.
I was hoping you wouldn't quote me on that, but you know, it's all good.
I remember everything.
That's a lie.
Yeah. One of the greatest memories ever.
Is
What?
your greatest memory is what?
No, I said I have one of the greatest memories ever.
Oh, okay. You had me confused.
Good spare there for Mitchell. Scott Roberts, they're up with a spare, double, spare. Looking for another double. That creates a trend.
Yes. Oh, there's another 710.
There it is. There is a 17. Scott's not happy with that bowling ball.
No, he is not. He's like, I'm done.
And Scott gets 1.
Got count.
Gives him 117 with an open in the 6th.
That double helped make up for it, though.
Here's Brandon on 37. He's got the donut jersey on. Nice shot there. Shot deserves a donut.
Exactly.
There we do have the front 4 on 39. I believe that is David. Scott Roberts leaves a 9-pin this time. Mitchell comes up a little short. Make it 5 for David. We did get a report that there was a 298 from one Alfred Wolf. We'll confirm that. My source is a little suspect.
Good shot from Ethan.
Yeah, nice. Brandon looking for a 4-bagger.
Ring 10.
Jacob looking for a 4-bagger as well.
He gets it. Double double.
Looking to take care of the spare. Oof.
Unfortunately misses
He
that.
did miss that. So an open air 153 through 8 for Brandon. Scott Roberts gets him to go there. Mitchell,
Nice shot.
he strikes as well. There's some big scores going on, 39 and 40 over here.
Oh,
We
yeah.
have strike, spare, 4-bagger, so potential 280. And underneath them is perfectly perfect with 6 in a row. So we could have a 300.
We could.
The 280 doesn't look so good when you shoot 280 and the person on your pair shoots 300.
Exactly.
So we got David up. Let me see if he can get the front 7. All right, we do have some standings.
Updated standings.
I'm waiting for David to go really quick. Good shot for Jacob White. These will be standings after game 5. Here's David.
And
He's going to have to hurry.
yeah, leaves a 1-5.
157.
Oh, there's a 7 back there?
There is a 7 back there. 157. This is look really nice if he picks it up.
Oh, yeah.
So with a spare, max out at 277. 280 looks a little bit better now.
True.
Give her a shot.
Oh,
Oh.
whoa. All right.
He almost got it the hard way.
He would have got the lily. Because it would have
No,
bounced back.
well, no, because he took the 5 out to begin with.
Yeah, the 5 out, but it knocked over to the 10 spot.
What? What's it? The pin was spinning at the 5 spot.
No, it was not. It was spinning
Okay.
at the 10 spot.
All right.
I'd bet money.
Okay. All right. Game 5. Finishing up 10th frame. 37-38. Jacob White can finish. 254.
Another 250 game? That's huge. That's going to push them up.
Yes. He's carrying the load. I mean, his partner could still shoot
203.
Yeah. Gets the first one. He's just doing what he has to do.
Exactly.
And Kyle Taylor guy on 35 and 36. I like his jersey. The color
I do
scheme's pretty
too.
good. Jacob White gets the 10 to go. So he gets the first one in the 10th.
He should get to 2. I think he's going to do a ball change.
Jacob White. Rings 10 that time. So he's going to finish in 240s.
Still huge game.
Yes, so Spare puts him at 43.
Yes.
That would put him at 100 over for the last 2 games.
That is true.
Just alone by himself.
That's pretty strong.
That's not bad. All right, here's Brandon. 5 counts it. So 98. And Scott Roberts doubles in the 10th. One more puts him at 216. His partner Mitchell get to 188. 39 to 40. Nathan gets a double in the 10th. One more put him at 185. His partner Shane shoots 257. So they're going to go plus. Here's Nathan. Does get all 3, gives him 185. David strikes on 40. He can get to 255.
Yes, he can.
Mr. Davies, you can afford to add those 10 pounds.
Exactly.
He'll be coming to our pair. He'll be going to 39 and 40 after this game. He's going to put up a good number. David comes high there. Uh, 255?
257?
No, 255. Oh, he's set on 255 right now. Or 236.
Yeah. And then there's a 257 above.
Correct. That was Shane Valente. All right, we'll be back.
In a
With-
hot moment.
The beginning of our Baker.
Yeah.
So hang tight. Baker will be starting here momentarily. Okay, we do have the standings after Game 5 of the individuals. Rick Schaefer and Zach Cook are still your leaders, plus 230. Right behind them, Al Wolf and Adam Miller. 219.
Yep.
Plus 198, Felix Garcia and Zach. Plus 179 is Steve and Frankie. Tyler and Jeff Delaney, just outside the number, and 157 over. Daniel, or DJ Grind and Noah. Plus 109, 108 is Nathan Sabato, Trio, and Shane Valente. They shot.
Pretty big.
They should go plus some more there. Larry Harper and Brian Mitchell, plus 85. Scott Robertson Mitchell, they put up a pretty good number there too, plus 84. And Jacob White and Brandon are coming on strong.
Oh, yeah. That's going to bump them up.
Yes. So the leaders, Rick and Zach, 455, 441, 436, 447, 451. Al Wolf and Adam Miller, 383, 446, 434, 522. And
That's
434, 522.
very strong.
That's what he shot 298.
Yeah, nobody's passed 5 yet until them.
Correct. So our portion is over. Heading into the Bakers. They'll be getting started here momentarily. All right, the fun portion is beginning. Baker games, 6 of them. On 39 and 40, Michelle Malley. And her partner is one Isaac Hernandez. And
Could have never guessed.
DJ and Noah.
They're both wearing matching jerseys.
They are.
Both teams are.
And then we had the Herreras and who's on their pair to start with? David and Lonnie.
Yep.
So Michelle takes care of her spare.
Awesome.
Now is when your teammate really relies on you.
Yeah. So it's time to figure it on out.
Here's DJ.
I bet you will see a Baker 300.
DJ leaves a
Six
6
pin?
pin. I'm going to say we do not.
I'm going to say we do.
Okay. It's a lot more pressure to shoot a Baker 300 than a regular one.
That is true.
Because if you're the 10th frame,
That's why I wouldn't put myself as the 10th frame.
and we'll get some standings after the individual qualifying
Yes.
here momentarily.
Just waiting for... Actually, I think they all started.
I think so. I think they all got started.
That was quick.
It was. The actual turnover part was really fast.
I know,
I thought it was
which
going to be a
is-
longer gap.
Yeah. Apparently people are ready to get on out of here.
All right, we're ready to keep bowling.
That too.
All right, here's Noah. Comes in light 2810. The Herreras have matching jerseys too, right?
Yeah.
They do.
Both
Black
Black
Widows.
Yep. You beat me to it.
There's one Alexis.
Frankie's White Frey.
There's Lady Friend, yes.
Oh. Picked the 6 off of the 610 on 37.
It's tough.
Yes.
Coming back to have a meeting.
Smart idea.
Strategy.
Yeah.
You bowled Baker in high school.
We did, but we did 5-person bakers.
You did.
So it was,
Slightly different.
yes. It truly was.
Lawson looking to take care of a 5-pin. He's over on 35. There's Michelle. Nice. Gives them a double.
Oh, yeah.
Where were they
She's
at
been
after
on
5?
fire. After 5, they were in 14th.
Okay.
Minus 59.
Okay, not horrible.
No.
Now's the time to make a run.
Exactly.
There's that guy walking by. Here's DJ, otherwise known as Daniel.
Or DJ Grinds.
You said it, I didn't.
But
Get a
you
strike there in the
always say
third.
him. I don't usually say it's usually you. Oh, did the guy
Oh, you
the
pick
guy
up
got
the
the split?
Which split was it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, he
just
got
saw-
one. Or no, he's got the spare over there on that side.
I just know it was a split.
Yeah, really?
Yeah,
Was it the red that helped you out with that?
it did. The red
Gotcha.
circle.
Oof. Almost an 8-10 there on 38. 8 goes out late.
I would make a ball change off of that.
Okay.
An 8-10 is automatically a no-no for me.
What if you just threw it terrible?
Well,
Still going to make a ball change?
yeah.
Okay.
That's how much I despise the 8-10.
Gotcha.
Bad shot or not, ball
Fair.
change.
Here's Isaac. He's going to be up on 40. Looking to give his team a turkey.
See if he can do it.
He is part turkey.
Probably Thanksgiving. And boom.
He does, yes. This would be a big move here. If you can get to 290.
Oh, yeah. Because it gets tighter now with scores because...
You're only getting 1 versus 2.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a blessing and a curse. Because if you only took one of the other ones and you got rid of the lower one, you'd be higher anyways.
True.
But if you have 2 pluses, you can move up super big.
True.
So, yes, now.
But that's where the 6 games before it came in.
Yes, now.
Oh,
Ooh,
Michelle.
comes in 3-6-10.
I've known Michelle a very long time.
Have you?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I knew her before I knew any of you guys.
Before Emily?
No.
Rick.
No.
JJ.
No. I've known all of them longer.
Okay.
I've known those people since I was like 6 or 7.
How long did you know? When did you meet Michelle?
It's probably 12, 13 maybe. She was bowling the youth adult with Gianna at Holiday.
Gianna Panetta?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And
Oops. Little open for Michelle there.
that's how we met, and then saw each other every week and talked, and yeah.
Great person.
Oh yeah, who couldn't love Michelle?
Gives up a little short there on 38. There's a washout.
I feel like another way to
Oh.
make this interesting would to be for
Would
the
to be.
baker. Would
That's
to
a good
be.
spare. That's a
would to
good phrasing.
be. You've never heard me say that?
Would to be. No.
Would to be?
No.
Okay, NAV. Would to be for the baker set, you change it up and you have you're bowling against that person.
Oh, and then you get that 30 pins of bonus?
Correct.
Not bad. Not a bad idea.
But then you'd have to have the right lane move right and the left lane move left, so that way you're not
Or a
bowling.
position round every time.
I don't like that because you could still be bowling against the same person.
It is what it is. We do have somebody with the front 5 down there on 27-28.
Who is
Or
that?
29-30, I mean. Don't know. We'll see here in a minute.
I think it's Larry Harper and
Could be. You're exactly right.
his teammate.
So there may be a Baker 3.
Exactly. And nobody believed in me.
I believe you.
I know.
It is Larry Harper and Mitchell. Brian Mitchell.
You were right. Not often, but you were.
Isaac trying to pick up after that open. We'll keep an eye down there. They did get the front 6.
Oh, yeah. Have to keep a close eye on them.
All right, Michelle looking to get a double here.
Double to get you out of trouble.
Here's Michelle.
And boom.
Got it. Gives them a double, so they go spare turkey open double.
Oh, she also shot in 800 just a few weeks ago
Yes, she did. You're right.
at Holiday.
She's been bowling well.
Was that a state tournament?
Maybe. She's been bowling great all her life, to be honest with you. She's a really, really
Michelle's
good player.
up there.
She went to school?
Ta-
Do you know where she went to school?
Nebraska, right?
I don't think so. I
Hastings?
thought it was West Texas.
Really?
I think so.
Oh, because she knew.
Scroggins.
Yeah,
There you go.
that would make sense.
There you go. As big as this world is, it's mighty small, and everybody knows everybody.
Exactly.
We should be taking that trip next year as well.
Yes, that was a fun trip.
It was. We had a great season.
Yeah. We went to Vegas. We went to Texas. We went to Wyoming.
And all the local Colorado stuff.
Oh,
Went
yeah.
To the CSCT,
Yes, we did.
Rocco's,
that. JBT.
JBT's, Mile High, their finals.
Rocky Mountain.
Rocky Mountains. And we got a couple
Bunch
more
of
stuff coming.
Masters.
Yes.
Greater
US
Denver.
Yep. Masters. And then the Queens.
Yep.
Denver and Colorado Springs.
Yes.
We got, and it's just next year's going to be even bigger.
Oh, yeah. No doubts.
And if you have anything or a tournament that you'd like to see streamed, reach out to the tournament director.
We'll be there.
And yeah, absolutely. Just let them know to get a hold of us and be more than happy to show up. Noah with the strike there.
Yeah, she shot a 300 and an 800 with the Ion Pro.
At Holiday.
Yes.
Awesome.
And it looks like it was during a league, Gutter Dusters, 24-25.
Awesome.
She goes 1-8. Wait.
All right, Larry Harper. Just on a quick side note, they're going for front 9. Can he pull it off? Isaac looking to take care of his spare on 40.
Is this for 9th frame?
This is.
Oh.
Needs a 4-pin.
That's okay.
So
That's
good
gonna
run. Absolutely.
be fantastic for them.
That is a booster, especially if you can finish it off. You just got to make the spare and get back on it.
Still possible 279.
Yes. Here's Michelle looking for a foundation frame in the 9th.
Oh, 10-pin.
Yes.
I made sure to give Isaac crap when he walked in because I wanted him to know that Michelle is just up there and he's down here.
Gotcha.
Just kidding. But I did give him crap about that.
All right, Michelle, let's take care of that spare. We're going to have DJ up on 9. Whoa. She made that super.
After we turn the corner, we're like 256, 242,
Just had to turn the corner.
240, you know.
Is your teammate still keeping up?
Oh, he's doing what he does. He's just making it not, you know, he's getting high in his reps. So I got to lighten the load.
There you go.
Now we're working on agility and explosiveness.
That's hilarious.
Mr. Delaney is hilarious.
Most of the time.
So, keep an eye here at 35-36. We have Steve and Frankie.
Stevie B.
They can get to 2 230? 240.
Yeah.
Nope. Comes up light there. So going to be in the 220s, so 223, 225 if they picks the spare up. No, it's a nice shot there. Gives him the first strike in the 10th. So Stephen Frank do finish at 223. Harper and Mitchell did finish it off 279.
Wow.
Nice.
And then Noah had to stop. He was like, whoops. So he stopped mid-approach.
What did he stop for?
Well, he was going to throw the ball, and he just stopped.
All right, well, he put the brakes on.
He did.
All right, coming in 39-40 after for game 2 of Bakers is Chris Lawson and Bobby, Frank Uccioni and Steve Bodovinik.
So it looks like Noah is considered the baby goat, and DJ is the owl.
There you go. I can see him being an owl.
I could see that too. Wise.
There you go. He is wise. It's very smart.
Exactly. Owls are wise.
They are. It's the smartest animal.
No, they're not.
Yes, that's why they call the owls.
An
are
owl is not the smartest
Okay.
animal. An
test-
not an
no,
orangutan.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but like monkeys or gorillas or
Elephants are pretty smart.
yeah, but they're not at
They're
the
smarter
level.
than. Oh yes, they are. You can Google it all you want. I'd take an elephant over a orangutan.
We're pretty like.
Ah, blah blah blah.
Think of it
You're
this
stuttering.
way. Think of it this
What?
way.
The orangutan is the closest thing to people,
Correct.
and there's some dumb people on this planet. So your point is,
Not me.
I didn't say you.
I'm the smartest person on this planet.
Isaac gets a strike there. Two more. We'll put them at 223.
Okay, I was closest. It goes chimpanzee.
How are they testing it?
Not sure.
Exactly. It's an impossible.
Yeah, they're saying
It's an
the
impossible way to test it.
because they share 99% of their DNA with humans, and
There
they
you
are
go.
known for their
Isaac with another
advanced
one.
problem-solving skills.
Okay. That's just saying they can do some of the things a human being. So
An octopus.
No, hold on. So they got a dolphin out there doing math?
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Octopus, a human.
No, humans is fourth on your list.
Yeah.
What's that tell
Fifth,
you?
actually.
What does that tell you?
A dog, an orangutan, an elephant. A rat's even up there. An orca.
Ask Google why are owls considered smart. So Isaac finishes with 9 count there, 222 for him. All right, we're heading into the second of our Baker games.
Because of their nocturnal behavior, large eyes, and cultural representation.
There you go.
They were why so the myth of the wise owl stems from ancient civilizations where owls were associated with goddesses of wisdom such as Athena in Greece.
There you go.
Interesting. You learn
See?
something new every day.
Well, they were questioning me about owls.
I do. I do.
All right,
know.
looks like we have Felix and Zach. And who are they bowling with? They're bowling with Rick and Zach.
Yep. 2 Zachs.
So we got 3 teams on our pairs that are high up in the standings. 3 out of 4.
Oh yeah.
So they could be meeting each other. Very, very interesting.
It really did get very interesting.
And 2 of the 4 teams had the same shirt on.
Yeah. National shirts.
All right, Frank's going to lead us off.
Oh, okay.
Leaves just a 10 pin.
Knocked the 3 over.
Yeah, I got that to go a little left. Or as we would say, sideways.
That's what I thought you were going to say. You tricked me.
Correct. You find out why they call DJ the Owl. I have 2 ideas. I know where you're going with it.
Well, probably the same idea for one.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
What's the other one?
The other one's because he's wise. He is smart.
Well, yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
maybe.
I'm thinking they put that on there for the first one. All right, so Bobby looking to take care of her spare. Zach Cook starts off with a 9 count. Yeah, you're shooting 300 in this. You're going to vault yourself up pretty good.
Yeah. That's plus 100 right there.
Bobby gets 1. Zach Cook takes care of his spare.
Yes. So if you think about it, I mean, each person is bowling a total of 9 games.
Roughly. Somewhere in that ballpark.
Exactly.
Here's Chris Lawson. He comes in high. He's a 4-8.
A 4-8. Ooh. Those are not very fun.
Felix. Let's see what he does here. It's my pick. They're going to shoot a big 260 plus game.
You think so?
Yep.
I would agree with that.
Ooh. Starts off with a 9 pin.
290.
But like you said, he didn't get himself down. He's like, okay.
It's like,
Yeah,
okay.
move on. And Steve.
It's just Felix for you.
Steve with the strike. Felix take care of his spare. Shouldn't be much of a problem.
And it was not. Not a problem at all.
Negative. All right, game 2 of the Bakers is underway. We'll be right back. All right, again, we're in game 2 of the Bakers. There will be 6 of those.
And Steve Shaw was good. Strike.
Oh, he's look.
He's flexing off of that.
He's What is wrong with this dude? He's
Only Stevie.
exactly.
I'm gonna need to start doing that too.
Yeah.
Flexing.
Let's see what we got going on down here real quick. Good shot there. All right, we'll mosey back to where we were. There's Frank taking care of his spare. What's
They're
Steve going to do
clean.
for us next time?
I don't know, but that was freaking hilarious.
Was Steve being Steve?
It was Steve being Steve.
Here's Bobby looking to take care of her split.
And she does.
Nice. Here's Felix. Looking to give his team a double. As Mary brings a bag from the car.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully she can go home to get the bag.
Yeah, let's hope not.
They don't live that far, so
They don't.
I don't think so. Right, here's Steve for his encore. There we go. Yes, dude.
This is so funny.
He's,
The best reactions.
he's having way too much fun.
Oh yeah, he's having a blast.
Here's Mr. Lawson. Up to 1, 2, 4.
Gets it. That was not the one.
That was the 2, 4, 7.
Correct.
Just checking to see if you were paying attention.
Sure.
I was. Mr. Cook walking around the building. Right now, I'd say one of the best bowlers in Colorado.
Zach?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Frank leaves a 7-pin.
He has not struck once this game.
He has
a
not.
lot of 9 counts and an 8 count, but he has not struck.
He does take care of the spare. They're clean.
Oh, yeah. There'll be a
206.
yes.
What is Frank doing here? He's not up. There you go. No wonder he can't strike. He even forgot what he's doing down there. I have to give him a hard time about that.
Exactly. He's not bowling by himself.
He is not. Nor would he have finished on that lane. So either way, it wasn't correct. Hilarious.
I guess he got in the zone.
True. He was Literally in the zone. Here's Chris Lawson. Gets a strike there. Zach Cook comes in
And
high.
oof.
4-6-7. So Zach's struggling a little bit here. He's had 2 splits on that lane. Which is never good when you only get 5 shots.
Yeah. It is a little sketchy.
Okay, takes 2.
Got count.
Lawson 2-7.
Yes.
Comes Steve. So what's he do here?
Very interested. He's very good at taking his time.
Yes, very, very. He's got a routine and he sticks with it. And he's never going to go before he's ready.
No. Till his mind is quiet.
There's
And there
another
he
one.
goes. Nothing this time.
Now, I think he's staying in the zone for a couple shots here. He gets the third one, then we can. He may do a cartwheel.
That would make me laugh so hard.
Felix, nice shot there.
I'm assuming that's not very good. What? So it's mid. Mid.
All right, Steve, looking for a double in the 10th.
Double to get you out of trouble.
This will put them guaranteed their plus. Does do that.
Yes.
That was a great shot there.
One more. One more.
So Steve struck every frame except for the 4th.
Yes, that is
And
true.
Frank couldn't put together a strike. But they still got the 200.
Yeah,
It's called teamwork.
exactly. Teamwork makes the dream work.
And they won the Century Doubles.
They did.
So they know how to bowl together.
Yes.
Rick, 5 counts. Paul didn't see any of that.
But aren't they like besties though too? They travel everywhere together.
Yeah.
At least for tour stops.
Yes. Oof. Put all 3 of them.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's all business
Oh
now.
yeah.
Now he's all business.
There's no reaction.
No reaction.
Light work. No
Pure
reaction.
business on the last one.
Exactly. Absolutely
So
zero.
206 for them. Cook and Schaefer are going to have to do something here. They are struggling.
Yes, they are.
118 in the 8th with a spare.
Look at how far Zach is standing. Oh.
He's a 7-pin.
He does put a lot of hand in the ball, though.
Yeah, he can get it. He can get after it. He's got one at eye wherever he's in the building.
Oh, yeah. I'd probably say him, Frankie,
Noah,
Noah.
Tyler Close,
Yes.
Alfred Wolf,
Yes.
and I'm missing somebody.
Chica Boy.
Jacob White. They get all.
Kyle Taylor, maybe? Kind of.
He's mid to high. He's about the same as Isaac would be.
What about Mike
Mike,
Honeyman?
slow. He's just slow. That's why his ball hooks so much.
Gotcha.
Just throws it so slow. Or slower. So his rev rate really overpowers his speed. That's why
Yeah.
he can hook the ball at just about anything.
But what do you think his rev rate's at?
Mike's?
Yeah.
Maybe 380, 390?
See, I would have thought 400s.
No. Maybe 410.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that ballpark. Hey. All right. And an updated standings after 7, which is 6 games of individuals and 1 Baker. Your leader is a new leader,
Yeah.
Al Wolf and Adam Miller.
They've had some pretty high games.
They 234 for their Baker game to start. So they put them at plus 321. Second, Schaefer and Cook shot 210, put them at plus 309. Larry Harper and Brian Mitchell at 279, vaulted them up to third place. 239 over, 230 over is Tyler Close and Jeff Delaney.
He said that he was starting to figure it out.
Yeah, so that is your number right now. Plus 230. At plus 203, we have a ties between Felix and Zach Garcia, and Steve and Frankie. They both shot the same thing. Or did they not?
No,
Nope.
Steve shot.
They shot 223,
Yeah.
and then they shot 190.
No, Steve and Frankie shot 203.
Yes.
So they will jump ahead of them.
But they're going to need a bigger number to catch at the top 4.
Yes. You need like a 260 game.
So 279 was your high Baker game, followed by 246.
244.
246 was Greg Davies and Mike Chavez. 244, Nathan Zapatos Trujillo and Shane Valente. So, can be got.
Oh, yeah.
All right, going into game 3 of our Bakers. We got Eric and who's Eric's partner?
Eric and... Good question.
Rob Vigil.
Perfect.
And also the pair's Ron Owings. And his partner is Brian Montoya.
Perfect.
So Rick and Zach finished 154. So
That's
they're
gonna
gonna
drop
some pins. They got a cushion. They had a nice cushion.
It's a good thing they had those games in the first day.
Yeah. So they got a little bit to work with. You don't want to keep using all that,
No.
but they do have some to work with. Coming to that pair, looks like we got David Gunderson. Is that right? And Larry Harper. So Gunderson and his partner, which is Dex,
Dilworth.
and then Larry Harper and Mitchell. Brian Mitchell will be on 37-38. All right, third game of the Bakers. Do you have a joke?
I do.
We haven't did a joke in forever.
Please hold.
Oh, you gotta find it?
Yeah.
Better be a good one.
Alrighty.
Hold on. We need our great graphics department.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My wife and I should do lunges to stay in shape. That would be a big step forward.
I didn't know you were married.
I didn't
Aha!
either. Why do fathers take an extra pair of socks when they go golfing?
Okay.
I don't understand that one.
What's the
Going
answer?
back. In case they get a hole in one.
Golf, you get a hole in one. That's actually a good joke.
It is?
That's a
Okay.
very good joke.
I
You
didn't
stop on that
understand
note right there. That's pretty good.
Oh, dear math. Grow up and solve your own problems.
There you go.
That's so real.
And Brian Montoya chops it off. Talk about moving fast. They're in the 5th frame already.
I know. They're moving.
They are moving. Larry Harper comes in a little light. 1-2-10.
1, 2, 10.
See if we can take care of this. So Larry Harper does take care of the washout.
Those are important. Oh,
Oh, there we go. Now we're going to triple 2.
those are fun. When you trip
Maybe they'll
to
shoot
two.
290 this game.
Maybe they will. That'll really bring them out.
What's up?
If they do that, I bet you they'll be in first place.
Al and them are bowling pretty good.
That's true.
We'll keep eyeing them there on 34-35, or sorry, 35-36.
Well, same with Tyler and Jeff.
So Al and them will move to 39-40 for game 4. And Jeffrey
is
and
nice.
Tyler will move to 37-38 next game. Yeah, so we'll have them see them.
Yes, we will. Ooh, comes in a bit high.
4, 6, 10 for David Gunderson.
It's not fun.
No. Harper leaves the 9-10.
The 9-10.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, I guess that is. For a second I was confused. I was like, what?
Baby split. Got it. There you go. That's how you
Nice.
split it right there.
Yes, that is.
He nailed that perfectly. Couldn't have scripted that any better. There you go. There you go.
We got all the best reactions.
What's going on down there? Sent
Oh,
messenger.
yeah.
Yes.
Dang, he's had 2 lucky shots
Yes,
in a row.
yes.
I want his luck.
Yes. It's might want to buy the lottery ticket on his way home.
Exactly. They have him here.
They do. They do. You're right. All right, that's a more traditional baby split. That'd be the 3-10.
And
Oh, only
Good
gets
try.
one. All right, here's Larry. He's up on 38. There we go.
felt better about that one.
He did. There is. And Gunderson strikes. So does he? What's he do for this? On 37 for his third one. So he went trip 2, messenger.
Messenger was first, then trip 2.
No. The trip 2 just happened the first frame, then he just messenger.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So what's he follow that up with? 7-10 conversion?
That'd be fantastic.
Ooh. 7-pin? Here's Montoya. He leaves a 9-pin.
It's a good shot.
Was. Pearl just kept going left. Hey, good spare there on 38.
Yes. Good
Right.
pickup on 39.
Brian takes care of his spare. Nope. This time
Oh,
he leaves a partial bucket.
wasn't as lucky this time.
A 2-5. There's Ron Owings on 40. Nice shot there. First ball in the 10th. They can get the 209.
Good shot on 37.
I thought they were moving fast. Who was on 33, 34 is moving fast too.
But
And
scores are starting to drop, though.
we got a 300 alert,
Where?
29 and 30. So
Oh,
the
yeah.
front 10. Oh, there's a 10 pin. Good job jinxing him.
That was you who brought it up.
Nice jinx. Oh, another partial bucket. 2-4-5.
Bucket minus the 8.
There's no chicken in that bucket.
No.
When was the last time you had a bucket of chicken?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I've had KFC probably pre-pandemic.
It's been years.
They have really good
Mashed potatoes.
Zane gravy.
It's the place to go if you want some mashed potatoes.
No doubts about it. Good spare there for Gunderson. Ron Owens takes care of his spare. Gets in the 199.
-1.
Minus uno.
Been a lot of babies in this building
There's
today.
a few of those. Future bowlers.
Exactly.
He comes in high there, but carries everything. All right, Mitchell. Leaves partial bucket again. This time he's going to add the 4, so 2, 4, 5.
Isn't that what the other one had? Oh.
It is. It is what David Gunderson had. So he went 2, 5. Then Gunderson went 2, 4, 5, and then he went 2, 4, 5.
Apparently it's a trend.
Yeah, that lane's going a little longer for them.
Oh, yeah.
But they've made all 3 of them, so that's good.
Hey, as long as you pick it up.
True. Getting coming to our pair for game 4 is going to be Tyler Close and Jeff Delaney. Going to 39 and 40 is going to be Randy Allen and Scott Roberts. And Mike Smith. He's bowling Mark Yates, right? Or who's-
Yes.
And
Yeah.
they're with Delaney and
Yes. So they were already on 39 and 40.
yep. Who was?
Michael Smith and Mark.
They're coming in 39 and 40.
Oh, they are? I thought they were already on that.
No. They're
Well,
with
they were
Delaney
on one
and
of these pairs.
earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, earlier they were on 39 and 40. Right? Okay. Just checking.
You got me so confused.
That's my goal. So Gunderson got out of the bucket method. He's got a 4.67. He'd prefer they had the bucket back.
Yeah, I would too.
So he's got 143 in the ninth, working on an open. Harper and Mitchell's 172 on a strike in the ninth. Get them to 222. So they go 100 over for 2 games.
That's awesome.
All right, here's Mitchell.
Good shot.
Gets the first one in the 10th. They're going to be plus. Good shot there. That gives them a double in the 10th. So sitting on 212 with a ball to go. 222.
I always love when I see the 222 when I bowl.
Yeah, you don't want to see
222.
111.
No, you don't.
222 is good.
If you bowl 3 games, you don't want it to be 666.
No, you'd like to be 888.
Yes. Or, well, yeah, 888 or
77's
777
not bad. You don't want it to be 444.
for 3.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's rough.
All right, game 4 of the Bakers getting started. Randy Allen and Scott Roberts start up with a spare. There you go, trip 4.
Awesome.
Get some of that. It's got Yates and Smith. Yates comes in high. 3-6-10. Delaney and close.
We're starting to see him jump as well.
Let's see what Jeffrey does here. Starts off with a strike. I was going to ask him who's going to finish the 10th frame, but we're assuming Tyler's going to do all that.
Yes. Because usually evens go to the even numbers and odds go to the odd numbers.
What are you talking about?
Like, listen. So if you start, that's the first frame, okay? And then you do the 3rd frame.
Yeah,
The
1-3.
5th, yeah, which is odd numbers.
Correct.
Even numbers would be 2,
4,
4,
10.
6, 8, 10.
Yeah, I get that. What we do got is, we got a 7-10. Mike over there on 36 leaves. And Tyler close, 2 10s. Alfred Wolf.
Wolfie.
Who's he bowling with? Adam Miller.
Yes.
They start off with the front 3. Mike goes in between, so they're on 35 36. He goes double 8 out. Tyler gets 1. 1 is 2 in that scenario.
Yes.
So
You always
28
like
for him.
count.
Yes.
And I was just looking outside, very off topic, but it is getting windy
Yeah,
outside.
trees are moving.
Yeah, like a lot.
All right, Mr. Miller up on 40. Getting him a 4-bagger.
And
Does.
yep. See, I'm telling you, I think we're gonna see a 300.
All right, here's Al up on 39. Delaney with a strike.
Oh, this is the 5-pin out of the bucket.
And Wolf leaves a 10-pin. So their string comes to an end at 4. At 300's tough.
It's very tough.
Here's Close looking to give him a double. Comes in light. Leaves a 5-pin.
And we are a little over halfway through Baker's.
Yes. You've known Tyler for a while.
I have. I've known Tyler since I was little too.
Takes care of the spare. Always been two-handed,
Yeah.
even when he's low.
When I knew him, yeah.
Awesome. Mr. Hernandez.
Can I help you, sir? You're right. You can't be helped. What?
Mr. Smith takes care of his
What'd you
spare.
say? But why is that? Not a good day? Then why is it one of those days? You have me confused.
One of those days that just kind of goes, no good, no bad, even.
Numb. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, got away from Mark.
It's the second one I've seen him throw in the ditch. But I think that's because, like he's trying to play outwards because that's where it's drier.
Delaney with a strike there. So Delaney's doing his part.
Yes, he is.
Struck every time. Here's Randy Allen.
And Tyler was too, especially during the first side.
Individuals?
Yeah.
Yes. Adam Miller strikes there. 279 still in play.
He struck
Mike
every
Smith,
time.
nice shot. Tyler leaves a ring 10. Wolf. He gets a strike. Tyler looking to take care of a 10 pin.
He's very close to striking. It's just the pins aren't falling down.
Delaney looking for another strike. He's continuing to strike while he waits on close to close in on his striking.
Yes. He's so close. Just haven't got there yet.
Delaney with another one.
He's locked in.
Where's that guy at during qualifying?
Exactly.
Or during the individual game.
Because technically this is still qualifying.
It is. Or it's the semis that everybody made.
True. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a way to think of it. Almost like a position round. Well, not like a position round, but like, well, kind of.
Kind of like the semis that everybody made.
Well, yeah, but, oh my lord.
Calling him ain't going to help.
The Lord?
Yes. Mike Smith with a nice shot there. Randy Allen looking to take care of a baby split. Does do that fairly easily. Here's close.
And, oh.
Still leaves a 10 pin. He's just got to get himself dialed in because he's going to have to bowl the 10th frame.
Yes.
Adam Miller, nice shot there. 279 still a possibility.
Yeah, they're killing it. And they were up there, too.
Yes, they're just trying to make it to the big dance. All right, Tyler does take care of the spare.
You probably would have got the 7 pin as well off of that one. It bounced back.
Okay.
You didn't hear it?
Yes. Mr. Wolf, lane 39. He gets a strike. So going into the 10th, still 279s available.
It's a great game.
Right now, they look like the team to beat.
Oh, yeah.
Delaney trips out to 10. So Jeffrey throws up 5 strikes.
It's holding them up.
If Tyler can finish this off, he still get the 208.
Yeah, exactly.
No, 198, sorry.
But that's still -2?
It's not bad.
No. And there's still more. There's still
Oh, yeah.
2 more games.
Yeah, they're just trying to get in the cut. Doesn't make any sense to try to catch Alfred in them.
Exactly, because they're going to be in first.
Yeah. Look at that way.
Yeah, all you're shooting for is 2nd, 3rd, or 4th right now.
I shoot for 4th, no matter. It's a bonus if you finish higher than 4th.
Exactly.
Here's Tyler. See what he can do here. All right.
There he
Gets
goes.
the first one. No, he can get the 208.
He can?
7808, yep.
Yep. There's been some big games during Baker.
Well, he needs this one to be plus.
Mike is struggling on 36.
Mike Smith. 3-9-10 for him. Here's Tyler looking for that double in the 10th. Put him into the plus category. He's got it.
I have to say, I love the jerseys that have like the sponsors on, like the sleeves. You know what I'm talking about? Like Vice
Oh,
or that type of stuff.
gotcha. All right, Mike Smith gets 2. Tyler finishes with 3, give him 208. Good finish for them.
He locked in.
Yep. Comes a plus.
They still got plus.
Yeah,
For
absolutely. You climb in the right direction.
I feel
Didn't lose
like
any ground.
no.
279 still in the works here for Adam Miller and Alfred Wolf. 269. It's going to be in the 270s. It's just a matter of 79, 78, or 77.
Yeah.
And
Because look at, these scores are,
78.
that's gonna bring them up.
No, they were already at the top.
I know, but even farther.
Yes. They're cementing themselves into the top 4 for no.
So pretty
No
much it
doubt
allows
there.
them to have a bad game, but preferably would rather not have a bad game.
They can go 180, 180 and still be the leaders. They just can't shoot a 120.
True. And unless somebody shoots 300, 300.
Yeah. Your likelihood of that is,
It's possible.
hey, if somebody goes 300, 300, they deserve to be the leader. All right, game 4 done. Game 5 coming your way. These are the Baker games. They already did 6 games of individual qualifying.
Got 2 games left. The Bakers.
Then we get to the
Fun
next
stuff.
level of fun. All right, we'll be back. Oh, yeah, back with game 5 of our Bakers. Earlier, we bowled 6 games of individuals. And then 2 players combined scores. And now we're in the Baker portion of the tournament. We bowled 6 games of Baker. We're in game 5 of that. We're going to cut to the top 4. And 1 will bowl 4 and 2 versus 3 to determine our champion. This is the year end
Yeah, the
for
last
the
one.
Colorado Scratch Classic Tour. It's been a fun ride this first year.
No doubt.
We brought a lot of new and exciting stuff, different formats. You can listen a little bit to the bowlers.
I know, it's always fun to listen to them.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes not, but it's okay.
And Mike Honeyman, the elusive Mike Honeyman's on lane 40. He needs a 4-pin. Wow, there you go. What's going on there?
He learned how to get lucky.
There we go. Can you do it again?
Probably not.
They're looking to put up 277?
Yeah, 277.
Will that move them in?
I don't know. I don't think
I think they
so,
need
but
277, 277.
Probably. Probably.
If they can get to 180 over the last 2 games, anything could happen.
I don't think it's going to drop, though.
Well, I don't know where they're at either. Are they plus or minus?
I have no idea, but I'm saying I don't know if it's going to drop, like the cut. I think it's going to keep going upwards.
True. So another strike there. So Mike's going to be up on 40 here. Can he keep it up? Can we get to that 277 number?
That'd
That'd be the highlight of their
impressive.
day.
Oh, yeah, because they were not doing
struggled.
so hot. They are moving up, though. They were 4th from last.
There you go.
You know what I just noticed? They're both juniors. Roger Whaler Jr. and Mike Honeyman Jr.
Wow. Who would have thought that?
Not me.
All right, here's Mike. Lane 40. 8th frame. Get home. Got home too much. 3-6.
There goes 277.
Yeah, we're in the 250s now.
Yeah.
So 250 and then 300.
True. That should bump them up. They just now need to shoot 300.
How would you feel if you were bowling a tournament, you missed the cut but shot 300?
I'd be more than happy. I'd be like,
Okay.
yep, we're good.
Yeah.
My day is done. I would think it was, but I've also never shot 300 either.
Okay.
Ask me back when I shoot 300.
Okay, so it'll be a while before I think that's a little Wolfie kid walking around.
That is.
That's a little wolfie.
It's a little one.
So you think this is your year?
I hope so. It'd be very awesome if I did it at women's.
No doubts.
I shot 290 in Kansas.
That is true.
But I also had Maria talking about roller coasters with me.
There you go.
Didn't
She
even
won't be
realize.
there for that.
No.
But you have Bailey
True. We love Bailey.
and the rest of the crew.
Oh, yeah.
You got who else is going with you?
Rachel Ray.
Rachel Ray.
Carrie.
Not the cook.
No. Carrie. Linda. Bobby.
Yeah, lady you never met. She's from Canada. Very
That's
good.
pretty cool.
Yes.
I've always wanted to go to Canada.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, you can ask her about it.
I want to go to isn't it the Niagara Falls?
That is part Canada, part New York.
Yes, I want to go there.
Yeah, we were there a couple years ago.
Canadian side or New York side?
New York side. Yes, we were in the New York side.
I want to go to the Canadian side.
They said Canadian side is better. We did ride a boat underneath the falls, got soaking wet.
See, I can't see you on a boat.
It was like a little pontoon boat, or just drove around.
I love boats, but I like getting thrown off of like the big tubes or whatever that you go on the back.
Yeah,
of.
well, you're not doing that.
See, that would be fun to me. Yeah, where was the invite to this trip?
It's a good question.
There's no invite.
Didn't know you.
That's true, you didn't.
I knew Maya.
You did? That's New York, New York.
Yes, now we went. Okay, hold on. Let's go this way.
That's Vegas. Yeah, that's pretty. Oh my gosh, it's so blue.
So you go in there. Oh,
So you were
Mike
right
Hope is
on the
in
border.
Yes, right there.
There goes Mike with his splitting again.
That was probably the second closest I've been to the border.
You've never been out of the country?
Nope. And when I went to say Corpus Christi, the border was like right there. Like you could look out your hotel and see the border.
That's...
Yeah, it was close. It was super, super close.
I've even been out of the country.
Oh, where'd you go?
Mexico.
Like what part of Mexico?
We went to Playa del Carmen and
Correct.
Cancun.
Basically, Cancun. It's not leaving a country. It's going to an island.
Oh, it was fantastic. But we had to go to a different resort to go swim with the dolphins.
So Mike and Roger finished at 221. All right, heading into Game 6. Be along here in just a minute. We're going to have on 39 and 40. Looks like Chelsea and JJ, along with Mike Riley and Ernie Lloyd. And then on 37-38, is it Shane Valente and Nathan. And David and Saul. Nathan and Shane have a chance to get in.
Oh, yeah.
They're close.
They were bowling very well.
They were.
Kinley makes me laugh.
Yeah. Game 6, our final game of technically of qualifying.
Technically, it is.
Anybody stringing anything down there? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing more
205s,
opens and
170s,
splits.
180, 180, 190. Maybe that 221 is. I mean, they needed a 277 would really help them.
I think it's going to bring them up,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
No, they're
how
not going to make the
much.
cut.
Yeah.
They'll be short unless they put up a massive number here.
Then it's possible, but
It would be, I think it'd probably be close to impossible for a Baker 900.
you think so?
Oh, you know how hard that would be?
I wonder if anybody's ever done
I
that.
don't think so. So our current cut, 7th place, plus 221. It is Jacob White. Well, that's the last cash, sorry. 4th place is Bodovinik and Guccione, plus 282. And 1st place, Wolf and Miller, plus 453.
As to be expected.
Yes, they're doing well. But looks like 4 to 7 is close because the numbers aren't too far apart. What are you? There's no way no one's ever shot a Baker 900.
Bold a Baker 900. You never know.
You should say what's the highest Baker game or Baker series?
No team has done it.
Yeah.
Well, that's not helpful. I'm not finding anything.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not finding anything. Yeah, see, it's just explaining what a Baker.
The highest game is.
Are you having issues finding it too?
I am. All right, heading into that final game. Leading us off is David. 137, starts off with a strike. Okay, Nathan.
Sheen started off with a strike.
Nathan leaves a 10 pin.
Darn, 10 pins.
David starting off with a strike as well. Saul is going to be up. See if he can get a double. What's his brother's name?
Who?
Good spare, Nathan.
Nathan and
I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
His brother doesn't bowl nearly as much as Nathan does.
No, but he still bowls.
Yes.
I'm kind of surprised that they weren't a team.
And his brother bowls one-handed versus him bowling two-handed.
Yes, that's how I can tell them apart. Because they are twins, I think.
Fraternal or identical?
I'm not sure. I thought they were identical, but
They,
I could be
they look
wrong.
identical to me.
Yeah, I'm bad at telling the difference.
Here's Chelsea. She gets 8 counts. Looking to take care of her spare.
And she does.
Do that.
There's a lot of excitement going
Yeah.
on. His brother's name is Zach.
Zach.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thanks to Kinley.
Good job, Kinley. Our statistician.
Exactly. She's good for something once in a while.
Ernie comes up a little light there. Leaves the 1-2-4-7.
Shane leaves a baby split.
Ernie takes care of business. Makes the spare. Do you know what Ernie does for a living?
I feel like I've asked this question, but I'm not sure. Like I've asked you this question, but I don't remember.
Oh.
What is it?
I don't know. I was hoping you knew.
That's
I'm
not
joking.
helpful.
I'm joking. He's works on Mercedes-Benz's. He's a
Oh,
mechanic
yep.
for them. Independent. He's
You
worked for a
own a
dealership for
Mercedes?
years.
So do you go to him?
No. I'm still under warranty, so we'll go to get it fixed at the dealer if I had a problem. That's what he does.
Pretty awesome.
Do you know what JJ does for a living?
He drills bowling balls.
There you go.
I've known him and Rick forever.
As long as you've been alive.
Not that long. The only person that's known me since I've been alive are my parents and my brother. Well, actually, my brother
exactly.
didn't even
He
know
did not
me.
know you when you were born. Your grandparents?
True.
Nope.
Aunts,
Technically, the
uncles, and
doctor that
cousins.
delivered you.
True, but you still.
Ah.
But
I mean,
Yeah.
technically, I don't know you anymore, but
like I wouldn't walk in the hospital and be like, "What's up, doc? Do you remember me?"
it might. You never know. Depends on how hard that labor was. Or maybe he was his first one he ever delivered. Would never forget it. Right? There you go.
But still,
Yes, your parents and your grandparents are the longest people that you technically would know.
yes. I knew my neighbors since I was
Not
little.
since you were born, but yes.
Since I was little.
Came home from, well,
Yeah, I came home from the hospital.
but you still know them.
I do still know them.
Okay.
Yeah. They moved to Ohio. Then they moved back to Aurora. I was there for when their daughter came home from the hospital.
Oh,
Because
nice.
she's a little younger than Nico.
Now, you've known Nico since he was born. That is true. That's somebody you know. Hey, Big Ernie. We're going to take care of that spare. And he does. Why we got a hold up down there?
Maybe they're done.
I don't think so, because those just came here, so there's a traffic jam going on somewhere. Shane takes that one.
He was happy about that.
He was. That's never good when your car's stuck right there in the middle of the track.
No. Means it broke down.
Nope. Means he won.
Or that works too.
He's going to flip off. You should do a backflip off of it.
Exactly.
Oh, nope. He's not doing
Lame. One of the kids that
I guarantee
know,
that dude's not over 6 foot tall.
probably
Drivers usually are super small.
not all of them.
Oh, psh. Name a tall driver.
Isn't Danny's dad pretty tall?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's just rare. I guess seems kind of tall to you. I mean, it's usually they're not like he's not going to be a 7-footer.
I know. I've never met a driver that was 7 foot. I've never even met a
Have you ever met a professional driver?
yeah.
Who? I mean,
I don't know.
yeah. I've never met a true professional driver.
Like I mean, I've seen him at like the Colorado,
Okay.
whatever it is.
No, it's
called.
about that level.
No.
Just like jockeys. You ain't going to find a jockey that's over 7 foot either. You're going to find a jockey over probably
Isn't a jock
6 foot.
the ones that ride horses?
Yeah, they're not tall.
Yeah.
They're maxing out at 5'5".
There is some tall bowlers though.
Yes, there's true.
There's some tall basketball players.
Who's the tallest bowler?
I don't know.
Probably Wes Malott, maybe? Here's
How
another
tall
tall guy.
is he?
Wes Malott? He's 6 and some change. He's a big 6. But I think there's a taller guy than him. Tallest professional bowler is?
He's 6'4"
For Wes Malott. I knew tallest professional bowler. I think it's, God, what's his name?
Steve Cook.
Oh, okay.
6'7".
That's a tall dude.
He was inducted into the PBA Hall of Fame in 1993.
For being tall?
Yeah.
Okay. He owns a distributorship.
Does he really?
Cook's, yes.
Cook what?
Steve Cook's distributor for bowling balls and stuff.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
You know, it is.
Sorry if you're watching this.
Who's Steve?
Yeah,
He's very mad. He just sent me a text about it.
I can tell. You don't know people like that.
Okay.
You're not very popular.
Nope. That is true.
I know more people than you do.
You do.
Yep, I'm glad you realized that. Should have recorded this.
You bowled last week.
I did.
JBT.
I did.
Shout out to Jeff.
As always.
Yes.
I got invited to the TPC.
How'd you do last week?
Not good.
Not invitation worthy of
yeah,
the TPC.
Yeah, not TPC invitation worthy. But I still got invited and am set to get an award.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. The bowler with the reddest hair?
Exactly. I should get an award for that. That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah. That shirt's not bad.
No, I didn't. I couldn't remember it. Do you want to say it?
What's he saying? I did.
We replied.
I did reply. Absolutely. I said,
What a shame.
see, so Greg came over here talking trash. And I did not reply. And what I said to Greg, if you would listen, go back and listen, I said, you are one of the people who could take that 10 pounds and no problem. There you go.
Or
That's
just
true.
get a bigger ball. Exactly. Exactly.
Greg Davies, hilarious. We've known him a long time.
He's drilled some of my equipment before.
I've known Greg when he was still in juniors.
Really?
Yes. Known his parents forever. They used to bowl ABT way back in the day. I mean, religiously, like every week.
It's pretty cool.
Jacob White, known him a long time.
I've also known him a long time.
DJ Grind, long time.
Have not known him a long time.
Noah Gallegos, long time.
I've known him a decent amount of time.
Steve, even longer. His
Steve,
dad.
I have not. Or wait, yeah, Steve I have.
Steve Gallegos?
Well, no, I met Steve probably 3 or 4 years after I met Noah.
Gotcha.
Because Noah used to coach with Ruth on Saturday Juniors.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah,
else we got going
Holiday.
on down there? Felix, known him probably, I bet you I've known Felix north of 20 years.
We love Felix. Who couldn't love Felix?
Frankie, known him longer.
It's Frankie.
Steve Bonaventi, probably
Stevie
in
B?
the 15-year range. 15, probably longer than that. 15, 17-ish.
Almost as long as I've been born.
Yes, I've known Frankie longer than you've been alive.
Yeah.
I've known Felix longer than you've been alive.
Exactly.
Chelsea, probably 10 years.
Chelsea, I just met.
I don't know. I think I might have known Chelsea before I knew JJ.
Really?
Michelle Malley, knew her a long time.
I've known her for a few years.
Isaac, same thing.
I
Kyle?
met Isaac a few years after I met Michelle.
Good shot there for Nathan.
Who else? Mike. I've known Mike because of
Mike
you.
Honeyman?
Honeyman?
I've known him north of 20 years. I've met him in like 2001 or 2. Maybe 2000.
That wasn't even a thought.
Nope. Either 2000 or 2001. I knew him. He had short hair and worked in IT when I met Mike.
I can't see him having short hair.
And when I met him, probably came to the center a couple times to do some IT stuff, and then joined a league with me in, say, 02 or 03, and been on the team ever since.
Jeez. What about Rahomi?
Met him in probably 6, 7, somewhere in there.
How'd you meet him?
Because he bowled at the center. But I always worked in the back on the day he bowled.
Gotcha.
So then one time we were going to nationals, and we needed somebody. That's who went with us.
And
That's
now
when I
he's
met
stuck.
Ramon. Yes.
Rahomi. What about Mike Diaz?
Mike, met him in 2000 as well. Actually, a little bit before that. Met him probably 98, 99. Right before we got by a bowling center, but we came up and talked to him in the pro shop and all this other stuff. And so, yeah, I knew Mike a long time.
Didn't you also coach high school with him?
I coached high school before with Dan Carbone.
Oh, gotcha.
We won a championship. A chip. We have a chip. Absolutely.
We have a couple second places.
Huh? Yeah, close.
We did.
All
And
right,
then
looks
we
like
lost.
Daniel finished 192. And, or is that's Nathan and Shane finished 192. Daniel Saul finished 141. Chelsea and JJ can get to 195. Mike Riley and Big Ernie,
And Biggie.
230. 34?
Something like that.
233. Who else have I known a long time in this building?
What about Russ and Rick and
Probably Rick, maybe. Know him, or know of him.
Know
of him
him,
for
know him.
years. Know him, probably a good. We're in 25, so probably 7 to 10, 7 to 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there.
So about the same time I knew him.
So I've known him and probably Steve about the same amount.
Gotcha.
And I met JJ after that. But I knew Chelsea because she was the president of the Women's Travel League for years.
Which would make sense. $181 for JJ and Chelsea.
All right. Looks like we are finishing up. Let's see if we got anything going on over here. Yeah, they got a little ways to go.
Yeah, they do. They have
That
like a
is
full game.
Zach and Felix, and
And Zach.
Zach and Rick. 2 Zachs, 1 Felix, 1 Rick.
Exactly.
Chris Lawson, probably known him probably 15-ish.
I have not.
Started bowling with him in Travel League. Actually, we would come and watch the women bowl. Then we came up with the idea to add the men's portion to it. And he's
So
been
you're
on my
the
team
reason?
since the beginning. Of the men's league?
Yeah.
Combination, me, Chris, Donnie Minette, a couple guys who would just come watch people bowl, and they'd be like, "Well, we're here. Might as well do something."
Exactly.
So then we did.
Might as well not be bored.
Correct.
So aren't you and Carrie now presidents of that league?
Yep, I've been president of that league probably 10 years.
What about Carrie?
Since Chelsea left, so 4-ish.
4? I've only been president one
Of
year.
what?
Youth league.
What youth league?
You literally, it was one of my first years at Coal Creek.
So you were president for 1 year.
Yeah,
And
because
you were done.
remember, everybody voted, and
Gotcha.
everybody voted me in.
Who was the vice president?
Good question.
Who's-
Maybe it was Gavin, I want to
Secretary?
say.
You know who the secretary was?
Sophia.
There you go, because I made her always go around and pick the envelopes up.
Yeah. I was so happy I wasn't secretary.
So in the fall, we're going to make you president of a league then. There you
What
go.
league?
I don't know. Whatever league we decide to bowl.
And then isn't Jason president of Monday nights?
Jason Moore?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Nice stud muffin. Make him stay out of trouble.
That's very hard.
It's like babysitting a senior.
It is. It truly is.
Just make sure you bring those cookies next time.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Well, we just talked with August.
There you go. Yep, got to call it in early.
Exactly.
20 minutes away from you.
There you go. Diane D. Westberg D.
Good people.
Yes. Diane Westberg D. and Clark D.
Yes.
Carrie used to bowl nationals with them.
Really?
I think so. Either nationals or I know they bowled state for years together.
Why didn't you bowl state this year?
I haven't bowled state in a while.
Would you bowl it next year?
Maybe. I'm trying to get your friends in the Springs to bowl.
Will and
There you go.
that would be hilarious.
Probably end up winning.
Probably because of all that
The
handicap.
handicap,
That's the way of doing it.
Good shot there for Rick. What do you think? Let's see how well you do know Rick. What would you say if I asked him what his best achievement ever was? What would you say his answer would be?
His best achievement?
Absolutely,
oh my
bowling.
God. I have no idea. I would. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. What
an
would
easy
you
one.
say?
Because coming in second in nationals,
That's true.
that's tough to beat that.
True.
He was in first for a minute until he went to sleep.
Yeah, maybe don't go to sleep.
Yeah.
Then you would be in first.
Yeah.
You're one of the last pairs.
Who's that? Well, we got Isaac and them aren't moving too fast either.
No. Slowed it down.
Let's look across the house to Davies. Who's that? Davies and Chavez
Mike.
have a chance to put up a decent number here. Maybe in the 240s. Until there. Kyle Taylor's going to need all of these. 81, put him at 11. That ball went 80 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes Al Wolf going to use the facilities. No, just doing a drive-by.
Good. Of course, anytime.
There you go.
I'm that good.
It's part of your bronze level coaching right there.
Exactly.
Tell the player never to start off with 2 splits.
I'll actually be putting that to use
Where?
when I coach high school.
Ah. So is that your goal? You want to coach high school?
Yeah.
Damn. You think they're going to listen to you because you're just fresh out of high school? So it's tough. Not saying
like,
they
I
won't.
mean-
It's just because you're almost still a peer to them.
True, but I mean, the thing is that like I'm not gonna force somebody to listen to my advice.
Correct.
If they already have like a coach or something. Like, I don't know. Got some thoughts. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. It's going to be awesome.
Are you coaching this year?
Don't know. Good question.
You
We'll
should.
have to see. All right, there's Rick finishing up. Nope. Is he in 10th frame? Yes, he is. All right, finishing up. Again, we'll be back in just a moment. We'll take a quick break, tally some scores, and come back with our top 4.
You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching NeoPrism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming. The live stream will return shortly. You're watching Neo Prism live streaming.
Alrighty, get ready to get our first round of our brackets ready to go. It's going to be 2 rounds because 1 and 4 is bowling each other. Winner of that will move on. 2 and 3 will bowl each other, and the winner of that will move on to face the winner of the first one. So it's going to be fairly quick.
Super fast.
2 games, total pins. So here is your final standings for the qualifying portion. First place, Al Wolf and Adam Miller.
Which was
Plus-
to be expected.
That it is. Plus 516.
It's
And
insane.
second, Larry Harper and Brian Mitchell. Plus 376. At plus 373, Rick Schaefer and Zach Cook. And fourth and final spot, Steve Bodovinik and Frank Guccione, plus 345. He was shot 188 the last game. Close and Delaney tried to get there. They're plus 294, shot 236. The gap was just too big for him to get there. Jacob White and Brandon came in 6th. 7th is Nathan Sabatos Trujillo and Shane Valenti. So that's your cashers.
Gotta check at least.
That is true. Other notables, Isaac and Michelle finished in 12th. Kyle and Kevin, 13th. Brian and Montoya Ron Owen is 15th. The Schisler, 16th. JJ and Chelsea, 20th.
Yep.
Mike Riley and Early Lloyd was in 18th. Mike Honeyman and Roger Waller, 18th.
So they stayed about the same.
Yeah, the last two games, they if they could have just cleaned up a little bit earlier, they would have been okay.
Exactly. Just started too late.
It happens. All right, so we'll be getting started momentarily with our first matches.
Yes, we will.
All right.
Russ is getting it started.
Nate and Shane with a 38:02 7th place, guys. Good bowling.
Awesome.
Okay, to bottom.
6th place.
Thank you, Chris, for paying attention. Nate and
Shane.
$360. Hey. 38:02. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Shane, hold on.
Uh-oh. There's a tie?
Give me the money back.
6th and 7th was a tie.
Ah, gotcha. I was like, wait, a tie?
5th place, we got
Tyler and Jeffrey.
38.94.
So 4th place, Steve and Frankie. They ended up with 468, 363, 458, 415, 475, 401. And then their
Wow.
Baker games, 223, 206, 198, 275, 275, 188.
Wow.
Pair of 275s.
That's impressive.
25 and 26. And then on 31 and 32, we've got Rick and Zach.
They definitely had teamwork make the dream work.
No doubts about it.
We're going to turn your lanes off.
They're gonna get
guys.
some practice.
Get down there for 10 minutes of practice, and then we'll go ahead and get you started.
All right, so in the upper box we have Frank and
Steve.
versus Wolf and Miller. Bottom box, Larry Harper, Brian Mitchell versus Rick Schaefer and Zach Cook.
This is going to be interesting. I'm very interested to see how this plays out.
It has 2 games total pins. Should be coming on for practice here momentarily.
Just a second. And it is still pouring outside.
Michelle and Isaac getting ready to lead the building.
Good luck to you guys going outside.
Yeah, still raining? She's a weather person.
I don't either.
All right, practice beginning.
Thank you, guys.
See ya. Again, great bowling at Nationals. Awesome.
At least somebody in the family knows how to bowl.
Wow. This is,
It sounds like some excuses to me.
We had great time slots to bowl. We probably whack it too.
You problem?
The only thing we had was team. Singles and doubles was 11 and 30.
at night, brutal. So you got to wait around all day, being miserable.
Just take a nap.
Eating, and there's not enough nap time in a day.
You try to, but you can't.
The only way you could do it is if you flew in early, bowled 11:30 team, stayed up, went to sleep in the middle of the afternoon, and then bowled at 11:30 later. But then you mess up all your body clock anyways.
Till 5 in the morning. We slept till about 10 because we had to leave.
All right, practice coming to an end. Talking about Nationals. And Isaac was talking about he had the 11:30 p.m. squad
That's
for
brutal.
DNS.
It's a little brutal.
It is. All right, game time. And in the top box, you've got Al Wolf and Adam Miller versus Frank Uccioni and Steve Bonavic. Bottom, we've got Zach Cook and Rick Schaefer versus... Who are they bowling? Mitchell
Yes.
and Larry Harper.
Keep wanting to call him Randall for some reason.
Randall Harper?
Yeah. Not really sure why, but I just keep wanting to call him that.
Well, that's not good.
I feel like he could he
Be a
looks like
Randall?
a Randall, yeah.
Gotcha.
It's not a bad thing. I like Randalls. I like all the Randalls I know.
I think I only know one.
I
Randall
know
Rose.
two. I know two.
Who's the other one?
Who runs with Steph, or who bowls with Steph, and he
Steph who?
runs Champ,
Oh.
and he bowls Thursday nights and was the president of Thursday nights.
Okay. Oh,
5-person.
I know who you
team.
talked about.
Yeah,
I don't know him, but I've heard of. Or
seen him around.
yes. All right, we have lanes on.
It's showtime.
It is show time. Our final pair will be 29 and 30.
Championship.
Championship.
I always say championship, even though I know it's championship.
And championship.
Yeah.
Tyler Close looks like he's about ready to lead the building.
In this very rainy afternoon.
All right, we're underway. Starting it out, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh
Starts
yeah.
off with a strike. So that means Larry Harper's going to close the show for him. Steve Bonavic starting for Frank and Steve. So Frank's going to close. Al Wolf is starting off. I think I know what they're doing. So then the last game, they'll be able to finish on that lane.
Oh.
Their good lane is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Smart
Al Wolf
thinking.
does take care of the spare. Got Rick. He's going to be on 32. Because you have to look for you have to deal with the second game as well.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that there's a second game to it.
All right, Rick starts off with a strike.
These are going to be some very tight matches.
Here's Frank. He strikes as well.
Zach
Nice
gets
messenger.
it. Great job, great job.
Here's Larry Harper. And Adam Miller is going to take care of his 10 pin. Larry comes with light, leaves a bucket. Adam does take care of his 10 pin.
I feel like Zach has made every single cut we've streamed.
Probably. I
And
don't
this
think I've
is just
seen him miss
another
one.
one to add to it.
Rick's made a lot of them.
Rick has.
Steve, he just doesn't bowl a ton.
Nope.
But every time he bowls, he's made the cut probably.
And one.
All right, Larry Harper takes care of business there, makes the spare. Al has an open because he had a split.
Just a little light on 31.
Yeah, is partial bucket, otherwise known as 245.
That is. Or a bucket without the chicken.
A bucket without the chicken.
That's the way I see it.
All right, we are clean on 31-32.
Yeah. Just lower pin count.
Looking to
For a
stay
first ball.
perfect. And he leaves a 10 pin. Looking to take care of the spare.
Good pickup.
Does make that.
He looked back. He thought it jumped out.
Frank leaves a 7 pin. Frank misses the spare. As soon as he let that go, he knew he missed that one.
Comes in a bit high for Zach.
3-6.
Larry Harper.
2-4-5.
Yep.
That bucket keeps getting emptier and emptier.
Sure does. That's a way to think about it.
Oh. Zach chops the spare. And Melo takes care of his. Good spare there. Al Wolf with a strike.
Good shot. On 31. The plus is that it, let's say one team gets a bad score for the first game, they have the chance to make it up.
Correct. But it sucks if you're the team that shot the big number, they still got a chance to catch you.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know the rules going in.
That is true.
Rick leaves a 10 pin. Rick
Gets
takes
it.
care of the spare. We see a ball change from Zach.
Which isn't a bad idea.
No, not at all. Good shot there by Larry.
Looks like Steve is going for turkey.
So they start off with a turkey, an open, and
Is going for a turkey.
a turkey there.
Steve stays so calm.
Al Wolf and Adam Miller start off with spare, spare, open, spare, strike, open, strike. Here's Rick up on 32.
Oh, 10 pin.
There's another 10 pin.
It's a good shot for Frankie. Puts that as a double-double.
Yep, so their only blemish is that 7 pin that he missed.
Otherwise, they are A-okay.
Miller leaves a 4 pin. Rick takes care of his spare. Zach Cook takes care of his spare.
So it puts that match only 6 pins apart. But Mitchell has a chance to have it go ahead, and yes, he just doubled.
Good spare for Steve.
They're both, well, one struck, one's on a double.
There's Frank.
And he gets it.
Larry Harper.
So Al and
Adam.
Okay,
Max out at 174.
Yep.
Frank and
Steve.
Steve can get to 235.
Which
Does
is going to
do
give
that.
them the lead going into the next game.
They're going to be up by a nice chunk, 61.
Yes.
do so. Snack bar will be closing in just a few minutes. Once again, last call for the snack bar.
Spare there for Zach. So he can get with the spare here, puts him at plus 218 or 218
Yes, yeah.
and 203. So it'll be 15 up for Larry Harper and Brian Mitchell.
So that one's a little bit close.
And that it is. All right, game 2 coming up. Adam Miller comes out the gate with a strike. Zach Cook comes in high, leaves at 3-6. Okay, Zach takes care of his spare. Larry Harper leaves a 10 pin. There we go. Gets it to go. Strike there for Adam Miller. Again, after game 1, Larry Harper and Brian Mitchell are up by 15 over Rick Schaefer and Zach Cook. Frank Guccione and Steve Bonaventure are up by 61 over Adam Miller and Alfred Wolf. Here's Steve. Gets a strike there. Spare there. Here's Rick up on 32.
He's going. Oh,
No,
wow.
There we go.
I thought that was going to be a 7-10 for a
Yeah,
second.
I was at one point. Then it was just a 7 pin and a strike. Covered all the bases there.
Oh, yeah.
Adam Miller with a nice strike there. So 25-26. Everybody starting off with strikes.
That's a great way to start it.
Except for Al and him can't make up any ground if everybody's striking.
That is true. Oh, yeah.
There you go. Zach Cook gets the 10 out. Larry Harper. Nice. All right, Al leaves a 7-pin. Does take care of his spare. Mitchell gives him a double. So both those on 31-32 go off the sheet. That would have enough of them for, because Workington would have 290 versus 279.
True.
Plus 21, they'd win by 6.
That is true. There's another one.
There it is.
This has got a bit interesting.
Frank looking to give him a 5-bagger. Nope.
And he does not.
He leaves. Looks like the 6, 9, 10.
There you go. I think he chicken winged there because he kept going as long.
Cook, nice shot there. All right, Frank does take care of his spare. Just making life difficult on everybody around here.
I know, right?
Larry Harper chops out the 10.
Yeah, he was happy about
He
that.
was. Get some of that. Miller. He strikes. Oh, Mitchell leaves an 8-pin. There's Wolf.
Nice shot.
He gets a strike. (25-26) on pace to go 279 to 277, which is not going to be enough for Al. And Adam is there down by 61. Comes in high.
Just through the face.
3610. Steve also does not strike.
Stevie B goes light.
Steve takes care of his spare. Rick does as well.
So pretty much Frankie needs to shoot 240 to shut him out.
Yep. Well, less than that because technically
Well,
David had to shoot 300 to get close. So
yeah.
yeah, they get shoot a number less than that now. Oh, Frank comes in light. Zach Cook.
Comes in light as well.
Yes. Frank's going to want to pick this spare up. So So they get the 279 minus 61 would be 218. So you got to get the 219 or higher at this point.
Yes.
Frank takes care of a spare. So does Mr. Cook.
Yeah,
So he's got
that's
back-to-back
going to be very
spares.
close.
Larry Harper. Miller strikes. Harper takes care of his spare. Here's Alfred. Otherwise name is Al. Strikes there. They're keeping that 279 pace up.
No doubt.
Good shot there. Here's Steve.
This is a big one. And he
Steve gets a
him.
strike, yes. Here's Rick. He's going to need a match. Needs a 10 pin. So we're going to need some help. Here's Frank. Comes in high. Leaves a 6 pin. Rick taking care of his 10. Does do that.
Nice.
So foundation frame is going to be Zach Cook's court. Frank going to need to take care of his spare. Does do that. Zach Cook needs a 10 pin. That might be it for them. Barring an open.
It's going to be close.
Here's Miller. He gets a strike. Still trying to get that 279.
Yeah, they are.
Here's Al.
Ooh,
Big split there, big 4.
That one hurts.
Yeah, their chances of really went down there. Gonna get 2. Does do that. So open on the 10th.
It's going to put them at 240. So that means Steve and Frankie got it.
Yeah, they just need to get to 179 at that point.
Yeah.
$241. Steve takes care of that business with a strike there. They can get to 234, which is going to be plenty. All right, so all right. It's a big shot by Larry here. They won the first one by 15. Strikes there.
Nice.
That's going to probably do it there.
Yeah, that should seal the deal.
Again, unless they open in the 10th. Because their Rick's at what, 187? If they open, go 9 outs. 92, that'd be 201. Be 210. Oh, there it is. So, your winners
That'll do it.
advancing are going to be Frank Guccione and Steve Bodovic versus Larry Harper and Brian Mitchell.
That is it.
Is it?
That is it. Not good with names, y'all. At all.
Here's Rick finishing out. Oh, there we go. Brutal. You're finishing it off. Rick does get a strike there. They have to do a score correction and get him a full rack of pins. So Brian Mitchell, Larry Harper, finished 246. The best Rick's going to be able to do here is 232, and he's already down 16. So advancing Larry Miller, Brian Mitchell versus Frank Guccione and Steve Bodovic. Kudos to Alan Adam. Bowled very well today, as well as Rick and Zach Cook. Both those teams were extremely good. It took monumental efforts to knock them out. Fitting, Rick leaves a 10 pin there. 231 for them. And our championship match be underway here in just a moment. Okay, they're going to get probably roughly about 5 minutes of practice. Or maybe shots. They're going to get, I think they're taking 2 shots per person per lane. Here's how we're rolling this out. Then we'll be starting. You want to change your pick?
No, I'm keeping mine.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
All right,
100%.
just checking.
Been my pick from the get-go.
Yeah. Just trying to give you the opportunity to make a change.
No, I'm gonna keep my change. Well, I'm gonna keep my pick, not my change.
Yeah, they got 2 games, so they're ready to go.
Oh yeah, they're like, we're all good.
All right, showtime. All right. So starting for the Harper Mitchell team is going to be Brian Mitchell. And Steve will be starting for Frank and Steve. Steve's he's just playing the right side.
Oh yeah.
They're just sticking on the sides and riding it out. I guess that's what Larry and Brian did as well here.
They got a strategy. Your strategy.
We'll see how it works out.
Exactly.
All right, first shot, championship match, 2 games, total pins. Comes in light. 2-4. Steve. Starts off with a strike. Frank's looking to make it a double.
That's a double for Frankie and Steve.
That it is. So, Larry Harper. Mitchell started off with a spare.
They're playing very far left.
Yep, how many games have been bowled?
True, a ton. 12 games. Actually, more than that.
Yeah. So, you had 4 in a pair to start, or 2 on a lane. 12's 24 right there.
Yeah. So it makes sense.
And then it add another 3. So that's 27.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Larry does strike there. Leaves a 10 pin.
Yep.
Going to take care of the spare. Does do that.
Good pickup.
Here's Steve.
Going for a turkey. And he gets
Got
it.
it. He's back to business like.
No more messing around.
He wasn't flexing like he was earlier.
I know. That was hilarious.
Here's Frank looking to give him a 4-bagger.
Double.
Does do that.
Nice.
Making it look easy.
Yes, they are.
All right, bowlers, this is going to be the last call for the bar. If you wish to purchase
Good ball.
anything else, now be the time to come do so. As well, if you have an open tab, now be the time to come close that out.
Don't forget to go close your tab out.
I don't have a tab.
Okay, just check.
Once again, if you have an open tab, please come close that out. And just to let everyone know, our doors are now set for one way. So if you need to step out for any reason, make sure you have someone else let you back in.
3-6 there.
It is about closing time.
Sunday? Absolutely. Does take care of the spare there.
Nice.
Tomorrow's Memorial Day.
It is.
Thanks to everyone who's served.
Yes.
Without them, there is no us or this country. That's for sure. All right, Mr. Mitchell.
And
Light.
that is light.
He's the bucket. That's a full bucket.
That is a full bucket.
There's some chicken, some mashed potatoes, some
I love mashed
corn on
potatoes.
the cob.
And corn and chicken and sounds fantastic.
Does it?
Oh yeah.
See if you can go ahead and pick this up. Does do that.
And he does.
Only problem you got is you don't want to get super far behind these two guys.
No.
Frank and Steve know how to finish games.
There's no doubt they've done it a few times.
Because if I did, it's going through the face. I felt like I battled hard. Just needed one more hit.
Steve strikes there, keeps him, gives him a 5-bagger. Here's Frank, looking to make 6 in a row. Maybe this is your 3 in the game.
It could be. That'd be pretty awesome.
Good shot there.
It may be.
Drew Highland did not bowl. We've seen Drew Highland in a long time. He was a massively great bowler back then. Drew Highland? Good. He's good. Very good. There you go.
Oh.
There you go. There you go. Rick was saying he just didn't have that right there. If he could carry that a couple times, it might have been a different result. Larry's got that soft touch right there. Just tickles the tin out. Strike there for Mitchell. So hanging in there.
Yeah, they're trying to keep up.
It's just Steve and Frank have yet to miss. It's hard to win when your opponents don't miss.
Exactly.
The best you can do at that point is a tie.
That is true.
Here's Steve.
And
Leaves a
ring 10.
So you got 10 pin there. So they will not shoot 300 in this game. They still got one more shot at it.
But they're going to put up a number.
They're going to put up a pretty good number. Going to take care of the spare. Does do that. They've been clean since that first game. Frank missed us one spare, that 7 pin. They haven't missed since.
Exactly. They've
Tightened it up.
Oh, yeah. They locked in.
There's a strike there. Here's Larry Harper. Does get a strike there. And all you're doing now is just trying to keep it close for the next game.
Oh, yeah.
There's 2 games, total pins. Here's Mitchell.
Comes in a bit high.
4-7-10. Take care of 2 here. Does do that. Yeah, 179 going into the 10th. They can max out at 209. And Frank and Steve can max out at
279.
a 70 pin lead is pretty strong.
Yeah.
They just had 61 the game before.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Foundation frame. Here's Frank.
And
Gets the 10 out. There's just a 7 pin.
It's better than having both the 7 and the 10.
Yes. I would have really brought the number back down.
Oh, yeah.
You did miss a 7-pin earlier, though. So let's take care of this. Does do that.
Good pickup.
Hopefully Frank knows he's got the 10th frame there. There you go.
I think you forgot about that.
Absolutely. Here's Harper. Like to get 3 of them here. Gets the first one. All right, 254 in the books for Frank and Steve.
That's a pretty strong start.
Still possible 209 for Larry Harper.
Should be a 40-pin difference.
54 versus 9 be 45. Let's get that one there. So it was looking bleak earlier, plus 70. They're at least now in the 40s.
Yeah. Made up a little bit of ground.
Harper. All right, that's finished 209. So plus 45 is the difference. Would you like to change your pick?
No, I'm keeping mine.
Okay, just checking. All right, Frank's going to start us off here.
This is the last game.
It's been a great day,
It has been.
except for the rain. A little bit of rain.
And it is starting to pick up again.
Other than that, it's been awesome. Starts off with a strike there.
It's really dark outside.
It is dark out there. Here's Larry. Okay, strike for strike.
Strike for strike.
It's good that you struck, but you haven't made any ground up.
True.
It's the only bad thing about it. All right. Mitchell gets a strike there. So they start off with a double. See if Steve can match. They're trying to figure out why they're not wanting to get wet.
At least they're laughing.
They are having a good time.
You're definitely having a good time over
Oh,
there.
Steve comes out.
Oh, that's a rough one.
That'll be a 6-7. Okay, takes care of one. So it gives some hope to Harper and Mitchell. You still got a cushion, but you don't want to do that many more times.
Exactly.
Frankly, he was a 10 pin.
Or nope, it didn't go fast enough.
He was telling us earlier that when he's out on the PBA 50 tour, bowled on some string pins.
That's like, I know everybody has their own opinions for string pins, but I personally would not want to bowl on string pins.
All right, takes care of the spare there. What is your apprehension?
That I feel like bowling with string pins, like you can't, for example, you can't even do the play where it lies.
Play it where it lies.
Like,
okay,
so let's
I see what
say-
you're saying. Slides out,
Yeah,
yada yada.
yeah. And I feel like the string could hit different pins over, and it just, I'm not a fan.
Here's Larry. Uh-oh. 310.
That took off on him.
Baby split. Takes care of the spare. Here's Mitchell.
And there he goes.
Gets a strike there. So 278 still in play. Here's Steve.
And, oh, that's light.
Leaves a bucket.
A full-on bucket.
2458. True. So Dale Coffey said, but with string pins, your rack is always on spot.
That
start
is
with.
true. That is true, but, I mean, to me, I see so many more negatives than there is positives.
Gotcha. Oh, Steve opens there. So we got a pair of opens.
I love that guy's shirt over there. Brains are awesome. I wish everyone had one. Pretty hilarious.
So this match got a little bit more interesting.
It really did.
Here's Frank. He does get a strike there.
Starting it back up.
We're just, our fingers crossed, power stays on.
Yeah. That would not be good.
No. Here's Larry. Nice shot there. So it gives them a double.
If the power went out, would it just get delayed or?
Yeah. They lost their satellite.
True. Oh, yeah.
There we go. That would be a turkey.
Definitely did lose the satellite. And it's pouring even harder now.
All right, Steve. Steve bounced back with a nice strike there. So he needed that. That gives them a double.
Oh, yeah. Which helps out.
Frank with a strike there. There you go.
Got that one.
Liked every bit of that one.
No doubt.
All right, Larry Harper continuing. He can finish 278, which would give him the victory.
It would.
Comes in high, 3-6. All right, so 278's off the table. Max score for Frank and Steve is 233. Actually, if they both would run off sheet, it would have been a tie. 78-78.
Oh my gosh.
Would have been something.
It would have been a tie.
Gonna do some quick math. Larry takes care of the spare. There's some thunder going on.
Yeah.
All right, 3 frames to go. Here's Mitchell. He gets a strike there.
Yes, he does.
So strike an 8th frame for him.
Steve's up.
Yes. Does get a strike there. Struck and had the thunder at the same time. That's pretty strong. He threw it so good it shook the whole building. He was flexing earlier, so there you go.
He was.
Here's Frank. The big storm's to the south of us.
It is. And to the...
All right, gets a strike there. South and east. So they bounce back with the back 5. This one's about over. Here's Larry.
And he gets it.
Does get a strike there. But that 8 counts would cost him, possibly cost him here.
If there wasn't that 8 count.
If they would have struck there and everybody strikes out, it's a tie.
True.
right, here's Mitchell. Oh,
Oh, 9-pin off
Oh.
of that?
that hurt.
But we have a winner.
We do have a winner. Good spare there.
And I think we have some winners.
Champions,
Yeah.
who are?
Steve Bodovinik and Frank Guccione.
Glad I picked them. Good shot there by Mitchell.
Yeah.
Dale, I
sure
would
you did.
agree, and not telling people how to run their business, but it'd be even greater if that savings was passed on to said customers instead of dropping your bottom line by not having employees who have to maintain your machines or anything, and keeping your prices high by just wanting to make a huge profit. Good shot there by Steve. So your winners are Steve and Frank.
That's 2 doubles tournaments that they've won this
Both
year.
this year. If it's a doubles tournament, those two seem to win it if we got it.
Apparently.
And we're going to have to, that's not good for us, because then everybody knows who the victory is going to be.
I know. Seriously.
Anyways, no. Awesome bowl by those two. They bowled well. They're very good at what they do. Again, thanks to everybody for joining us, especially this season. We'll be looking forward to starting next season in August. We may have something in between here and then. Keep out. Make sure you subscribe to the page. And check out our website every so often. There's updates there all the time. Dale, yes, I agree. As if that would be an awesome if they could find a middle ground there. It would be the best for both parties and increase the participation in the sport. And that's what we're all looking for from our perspective as bowlers, is we want to have centers open and people wanting to participate. All right, congratulations again to Steve and Frankie. Again, thanks everybody for watching. And we will see you soon.
Neo Prism live streaming.